Yes.
Do you think my Hamilton tickets will be canceled?
Yeah. Broadway's already closed down, mate.
Or which?
Really sad. Laptop will not make it through the entire thing.
It is online. I must have room to find link.
As I was on the way here, it's like, are you reflecting? Oh yeah, there's gonna be another very
Nice.
sassy face.
We're on a little bit of a delay, I think,
don't
but
see
that's
you
fine.
here.
Did you say you're in a little bit of delay?
Never mind.
I think so.
Haha, don't look at me.
You should be.
Nice. Yeah.
It's generally how streaming works.
I just wanted to see. Paul, stop it.
I'm gonna be sitting here because
It's actually not that bad.
I know.
That's fine.
At least the
I learned the battery life is not enough for this. That's my reviews.
Is your cord not long enough to make it to
No,
the seats?
I don't think I can. Maybe that one there. Maybe. Try it. The problem is it's on this side.
Oh yeah.
Go across there that way. Oh.
It's not quite.
That's-
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, who is Bob1432? Bob1432.
I don't know.
First.
There's
Are you posting
a
general or
good chance
just
that's
about
proof
to?
your game. If I had to take a guess, I feel like one of them has some sort of email that has to do with Bob.
That sounds accurate.
No, Gabe is Bob. No, Gabe's
Okay. So, it's up and running. We're not going to be beginning town hall. I put another 12 minutes just to give people time to filter into the stream. Again, once it comes down to voting, I'm probably going to give about 5 minutes before voting begins where we're going to explain everything, and then it's going to be 2 minutes to submit a vote. Reminder for the stream, there will be a bit of a delay. This link will get posted in the hashtag general, the hashtag town hall, and in the YouTube video somewhere. Jamie, I don't know if you have the link to that form, but I'm going to send it to you shortly.
It's like a solid 30-second live.
35.
You sent your letter in general?
I sent it in general as well. Jamie, this form is not to be shared until I say so.
Maybe just send another link to the town hall channel in general.
Yeah,
It was
I'm
probably
doing
getting
that right
message.
now.
Some people missed it. I talked to some people and they didn't notice it.
Well, I posted it 3 times in the past 2 days, so...
I never got notified of it, so
Well,
that's
Yay,
just Slack
Slack.
for you.
I did at everyone
Yeah.
3 times with
No,
hashtag
I'm
town
saying
hall in it,
it's
I'm
part of
pretty
a
sure.
big message. People will skim it and miss it.
I mean, I'm also going to be posting everything I post in town hall in general, but general will get it second. So,
Yeah. But if people want to make comments and stuff, that would be through
Yep.
the town hall channel.
what I'm imagining is like, we're going to say something, be like, comments for this director. It's going to be like a 30-second pause, and then...
Yeah. Honestly, that's fine though, because
At least
we can
it's
just
in
read
order.
them. Yeah, we can just read them from the top.
Yeah, you can just have them ask questions during the thing and then record them and answer them afterward.
Hmm?
You can have them ask questions throughout the presentation, record them, and then answer them afterward, rather than require all questions be submitted after the presentation.
Oh yeah, but like there's no
yeah.
presentation. It's for subdirectors. We're just gonna be saying this is this subdirector.
Oh, okay.
There are
But
presentations.
there's
for
presentations for
them.
these guys, which they can submit questions through.
Oh.
Although the question needs to be applicable to every single candidate,
Yeah.
because it's a period of questioning where.
So then we'd have to wait for all the presentations.
Yeah.
Also, Prithvi just called you all out on needing to fix your Slack settings.
Yeah.
No,
Fix your
we
frickin'
spent,
Slack
like,
settings.
A good 15 minutes in a band rehearsal trying to figure out what all the stupid Slack settings might be.
Yeah, we have
There's
currently
a lot of them.
18 watching.
Great.
Slack defaults to muting outside of like work hours for a lot of people. Like, There's so
Yeah.
many dumb
That's why
things
this is
you
held within work hours. Also, you can disable that setting,
Yeah, you can.
which
No,
I
it's-
which
a
I
lot of
did
people don't
like
know
a few times, because like
Yeah.
when shit's going on, I'm like,
Yeah, I did too, but like a lot of people didn't think to do it. There's their Slack's broken.
Slack's broke, and it's like, no, it's not. No, you.
Slack bad though.
I mean, yeah, but name something that would be better.
And it's not Discord.
Discord. I like it a lot more now that I have notifications.
Yeah.
When you have notifications, it's rather than Slack info session.
I like Slack. I don't know.
It's the thing that someone's
It's
ever
it's the best thing.
Check 1, 2, 3.
I'm just picturing if you were like an actual presenter, like this
How
is
long
an
do you have?
actual stream, because the person on the camera would not tell you to stand still. They'd just be going,
Yeah, I know.
ah.
Don't worry, I'll be standing here for the actual presentation because I need to read off the screen. So
Also,
I'm gonna fill my
our
water
house
bottle.
is a watch party.
Nice.
They got it on on the TV and they're just.
Where's the closest one?
I see.
right there.
Yeah,
I
there's
see
one right
Lauren
around there.
in the reflection of the fireplace.
Love it.
Is this what happens?
Yeah, I saw them all getting ready to watch it, but I was just like,
Town hall on the big screen. What? Interviews and stuff. Music town hall viewing.
Yeah.
To all those people tuning into the stream, we appreciate you.
21.
I'm getting called. Hello.
Tristan? Tristan, why did you call me?
Probably because he's watching you.
Yeah.
He's watching. Always watching.
God damn it, you fuckheads.
My house is me.
They wanted to see him get the call with the live.
Well, it's something called a delay, Tristan, where I can be on the stream and off the stream simultaneously.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Jamie's mom.
AKA Hannah.
You okay, Tristan?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Doing my best.
I'll talk to you later. Thank you, Tristan, for the call. I appreciate a call from my mom before I go on for a big presentation.
Yay, everyone's saying hi to my mom.
I feel weird setting up in front.
There's like 5, 6 people.
I'm gonna sit.
How long?
Wow.
How long?
25.
Where's all selfies?
Oh wow.
Because I needed to check that my hair hadn't put itself up, and then it had, so. I'll look it up for you so that you know what's going on. No.
Oh, actually, only 2 of them, or only 3 of them said hi to my mom. 2 of them said hi to me.
Never works.
Oof, Jamie's mom.
Just Jamie's mom. He's not
Jamie's like, shut the fuck up.
It's not something you want to.
This is a reminder to the stream. We will be starting in 5 minutes.
5 minutes, fine.
Actually, it started now.
Well, we will be starting our presentation in 5 minutes. Thank you, Jamie.
We have an intermission song.
There will not be an intermission today.
Oh,
We're going to be going
No,
straight.
There's gonna be a 2-minute
Well, right now.
intermission.
Theoretically.
And everyone will vote.
Oh, yeah, where everyone at home is going to be like panicking.
It's gonna be like in Ellen when they have to like
Vote now on
vote.
your phones.
Vote now on your phones, but like it's like a break. It's like a commercial break, but
Yeah.
vote now on your phones. So
Vote
everyone
now.
on stage gets a break. Everyone in the audience is.
Everyone in the audience is like,
Ah!
Google doesn't work. 3 people voted.
It says it was unanimous. Well, with the 2 people that voted the same thing.
That's democracy right there.
Oh my god.
Democracy is no longer negotiable.
I assume we're also.
Well, right now
it's
it's
on
being
each.
shoved because it's.
Or just to do it for ourselves.
So, yeah, you guys generally don't get a vote. So, assuming you'd be voting for yourself anyways, you guys don't get a vote. If you guys want to vote for someone other than yourselves, I guess you can do that. But, like, in the end, if you all vote for yourself, it's the same number of votes anyways.
So there's no one running individually either. So that in case that would.
This is everyone.
Okay.
Paul,
Yes.
Nick said you're cute.
Thanks, Nick.
Anyways, can we vote for someone not running?
Can we vote for mega directors?
Mega directors.
Andy, are we running again?
No, we're not. I mean, originally I put in a rule that said we can't run again, and then Adam's like, nah, scratch that rule. I'm like, I guess technically they can run again. Fucking Paul and I run again. Pulls up platform.
Alright.
Changes the numbers.
Don't change Constitution to do that.
It worked last year, it's gonna work
That's like
this
what
year.
Russia's doing right now. Let's not bend the
Today was talking about the fact that like
We'd be no better than the Russians.
just chilling.
What's it with bats and giving humans diseases?
Why would you want to eat a bat? I don't
Like,
wanna eat a
there's
bat.
like not a whole lot of meat there.
No.
And like,
But maybe it's tasty meat.
Maybe it's like really good.
Like
It's the chicken of the cave.
chicken of the cave.
eat a bat?
That's from Anchorman.
That is right.
But then again, think about it. Like in some countries, they're like, why would you want to eat a cow?
Yeah,
And that's like,
The cow is sacred. What are you doing?
Andy, Nick
Yeah.
said you're cute too, and he said say my name for my family at home.
Say your name.
I mean, it's not, but it's.
I know, but like, that sounds like a freaking Kim Possible quote. Like, say my name, you know my name, unstoppable. Yeah. Nick, you are being noticed by me.
I did not know that was a Kim Possible reference.
Yeah, it's a Kim Possible reference. Fun fact, Kim Possible movie. That's where the reference is from. I don't know if Francis specifically took it from there, but it's from there. I know because I watched that movie recently.
Sorry.
Lost me Beetlejuice reference?
Also true.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Bats tonight.
I'm shook it. Last night, I log on to Disney Plus, and I see, the first thing I see is Stargirl the movie. And
Yeah.
I'm like, first of all, my favorite book. Second of all, no talk about it. I just had to, I had to learn it from Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Like, how does this prepare me for what this is? I don't know if I want to watch it.
Also, guys, we got 1 minute. Just a reminder, when you're making your platform, speak towards the mic. It'll pick you up better. We're not going to be reminding you of anything. So if you wander over there and you keep talking,
Then
sucks to suck. Stay behind the desk. I'm one who wanders. But with yeah,
Ryan, you had a question?
That's why I do ASMR.
no.
No.
Okay, so with that being said, we are going to begin the town hall. Woohoo! Thank you for all those attending, both physically and digitally. We very much appreciate you. We know that this is a bit like put together at the last minute, and that's because it totally was. We originally had a good plan, and then the good plan got destroyed by, things happening. But we're happy that we're here. We're here again to give feedback on how this year went, as well as pick directors for next year. So we're gonna be getting underway. So first of all, welcome to the town hall meeting. Yay!
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Here's our agenda today. First point on the agenda, great job. Next one, putting a constitution in place. Next one, comments for directors and sub-directors. Announcement of donation size, then announcement of groups running for directors. 5-minute speeches from each of those groups, following a vote, followed by a vote on the next directors. In between the speeches, there will also be a question period where you guys can type in the hashtag town hall channel to ask any questions you may have. Reminder, YouTube comments will not be getting picked up. We can't really monitor it as we go super duper well, so we're going to be just doing it through the town hall channel. Last off, there's going to be a sign off from Paul and I, and that's it for today. So let's get underway. First of all, Constitution now in place. Technically, you guys have till like noon or 1 p.m. to make any changes you want. If you really, really want some changes to get made, please let me know immediately. Again, I'm going to be putting it into place at some point today. I'm basically going to go onto CUSA Hub and say, here's our new thing, and then going to CUSA and emailing them and saying, here's our new thing, and they will put it into place. So if you have any questions or concerns, please get them to me before like 3 today.
CUSA Hub's down at the moment.
Also true. But like, CUSA will be getting an email. Next thing's next. Great job on the musical. We did it. Yay! We put on a musical. I had a good time. I'm happy it was this week and not next or last week and not this week, because originally we were choosing between the 2 dates, and we are happy that we picked the earlier one now. Yeah, so really great job on that, and thank you guys for everything. So next up, we're going to move along to comments. We're going to go down through a list. Reminder to type in the town hall chat if you have any questions or comments for these people. First up, it's Paul and I. So you can actually send these ones in, and we'll be able to answer these. This goes for any questions you may or may not want answered on this stream as well. So like, we'll be passing the comments along to the respective subdirectors, but if you have specific questions you want answered about something that happened over the years, let us know. Also, if anyone has anything in the room, yeah, go ahead.
Can we say positive things?
Of course, you can say positive things. We love positive things.
You were great.
Thanks.
No negatives for us. Only positive.
Yeah.
Only for the subject.
We're also gonna wait about a minute for people to type their stuff into the hashtag town hall chat or the pound. No. We do not accept tweets at hashtag town hall.
I want someone to do it now. I mean, that's really your portfolio.
Daniel said only positive things.
Ah,
Yike.
alright.
We got a comment from Hannah. I really enjoyed the energy you guys brought. You kept everything calm and fun, which was nice. Thanks, Hannah. That was Hannah Way. We have two Hannahs, so. Ty.
I appreciated that you guys tried to make everyone accountable for like showing up on time and like learning all their shit, which was really appreciated. From an actor standpoint, it's nice to see everyone learning their lines so you can actually on the scenes.
Yay.
Just a comment. This is comments for us at the moment. So if you have things for a different set of subdirectors, like props, sets, or costumes, that is not for us. You should direct that during that time.
Also, yes, Katie, we can repeat what people are saying in the room. So Ty was saying he really appreciated that we were holding people accountable. Correct me if I'm wrong, anything I say here. We were holding people accountable for attendance and showing up so that people could actually go over scenes with people who knew their stuff. About correct? And Colleen also said great job earlier.
A question for a procedure. Should I be taking down who said what, or just the comments?
Just the comments. We don't, yeah.
And Hannaway apparently just tweeted at hashtag town hall. So, Nicholas Verk said, great job on keeping the atmosphere positive, especially during long rehearsal sessions. So, thanks again, Nick.
Oh,
Katie said thanks.
I just want to make a comment on the, Sarah mentioned something about props, sets, and costumes. The reason we didn't have the directors right away is because some people dropped and we had to shuffle things around again. So we did have all the directors at the beginning, but
Things happened, and therefore people had to get replaced, and therefore it was a little bit of a late start on prop sets and costumes. We're going to give about 2 more minutes for any comments for directors. So,
Owen Short says, as a first year, you guys did a great job in making us feel welcome throughout the show. It never felt like we were left out at all, even though we didn't really know you all at the beginning. Love that.
Sarah Shires, in the beginning for rehearsals, can we take more time to just go around the room and let everyone know who we are? I love all y'all now, but I'm pretty sure it took me a couple months to learn who's who. Yeah, totally. That's definitely something we'd recommend to next year's directors. Take more time in the first rehearsal to get people more acquainted rather than jumping right into things, to introduce people to people who haven't met anyone yet. It's a good idea.
Adam?
I'd like to say thank you for keeping us moving a lot of those the longer rehearsals, the musicalities, the texts. You were tough but fair on us to just keep things moving, and I really appreciate that. We had some of the most efficient tech and musicality rehearsals ever.
So Adam was saying thank you for keeping us moving at musicality and tech. Even though it was sometimes harsh, it was fair. And he appreciated that we kept us moving and kept one of the most efficient techs and musicalities we've ever had. So we have a question from Sarah Hillick saying musical bonding early on. Yes, so we originally did plan to have an Ollie's bonding night. It didn't end up panning out. We just didn't have enough time to organize it amidst other things. We apologize for that. We would have liked to have more bonding. We did have a bonding event where we reviewed the last year's musical that was done.
That was later on.
Yes.
Though.
We would recommend to people in the future to have more bonding events. Something difficult with bonding events, though, as well, is getting the message out to everyone to make sure that everyone can attend and wants to attend. And it can also lead to people feeling left out, which is unfortunate, but we also don't want that either, because we want everyone to feel, yay, we're bonding.
Comment from Hannah. The only negative I have was how long it took to take concrete action on Ring Day. It seemed like this was put off and didn't get dealt with until the grads demanded some actions so we could figure out if we were staying in the show or not. Could have been maybe a little bit earlier, but we didn't actually take too much time. Unfortunately, the school was really slow getting back to us and wouldn't really tell us anything. So that was...
Yeah. To further comment on that, although we started discussing it very, very early, there wasn't actually much action we could take because we put it out to the school asking for a schedule to know when we could book our show to make this possible, to make it work with Ring Day. And they refused to give us a schedule for 2 weeks until Paul actually went to U Ottawa, confronted them, said, hey, we need a schedule. And then they finally said, well, it'll probably all be done by this time. And we're like, man, we really hope it is, because if it isn't, we're screwing over all these people. Yeah. Which was, again, unfortunate, but just the way it happened to work out, like, we couldn't really ask much more of them, because we had to literally go up to their face and say, we need this information now. And that was when you asked the second time, so we apologize for not getting on that sooner. We assumed an email would have sufficed to them, but they did not reply to our email ever.
Pruthvi says, I appreciated y'all showing up to band. Normally we kind of just operate without any directors other than band showing up.
Katie Miller, I know this was a unique situation this year, but the rehearsal during Heads Day was a bit of a mess, and it seemed there was confusion between you two. Yeah, so this year it was very, very interesting because I was a director for not only Entourage but for the musical, and so in running both of these events simultaneously, it was difficult to run a rehearsal through Heads Day. That being said, we did end up getting one of the things done on that day that we wanted to get done, which was film the promo video. That was exciting to get done on that day. And we know that the scramble might have been there, but that was also because a lot of members of the musical were partaking in Heads Day as well in different fashions. So we kind of split the musical almost in half on that day. We understand the scramble. Again, in future years, we hope that this doesn't happen again, but we hope that there's a better proactive solution to solving this. I'm just gonna go ahead.
Hannah Bugler says, from a sub-director perspective, especially in the 2 weeks leading up to the show, you always did a great job checking in and making sure we were going to be ready for showtime.
There's also a thread here. Yeah, 2 other directors did that. Katie Miller, love the way you guys did musicality earlier this year. It helped on so many levels. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, we felt musicality ran very smoothly. We had a schedule that we wanted to keep to, and so we were very happy we could keep to it. People were also very, very well practiced coming into musicality, which helped. We also really want to thank Chorus for sticking it out the whole day. This was one of the first years we've done chorus for most of the songs, and it showed that we can actually do that. So.
Adam has a comment.
On musicality, I really appreciate that you let band take a break closer to the end, because we were exhausted because we were on that whole time. And you listened to us and said, yeah, you can have a 15-minute break.
Yep.
We really appreciate that.
Adam said band appreciated the break we gave them towards the end, just for the stream. Erdem, as someone who is doing musical for the first time, thank you so much for making your expectations of us clear from the beginning, i.e. castings to show up for chorus rehearsals, etc. Yeah, Erdem, of course. again, we're very, very happy to have new members as a part. We think that they should be just involved as experienced members, and experience shouldn't give you an upper hand on knowing what rehearsals to attend to truly be successful in the musical. We are very, very happy that a lot of people showed up for chorus rehearsals, and that the people who couldn't actually gave us a valid reason, I believe every single time. Because something we did this year was if they didn't show up, we'd send them a personal message and be like, hey, why aren't you here? And then they'd give us a reason. We're like, yeah, that's totally valid.
Juliana says, you both did a fantastic job when navigating the complications that came with people dropping out and not being able to make the commitment. Yeah, that was something we struggled with a lot this year for some reason. But yeah, everything turned out okay.
Yeah, again, it was unfortunate at the amount of people that had to drop out due to ring day. We completely understand those people. We've talked to those people, and we were super duper happy with like the reasoning they gave us for why they didn't want to take part. And honestly, it was something that we were very, very happy with how it went and ended up in the end anyways. Okay, so we have a comment from Riley McKinnon. Not sure if this is the right time to bring this up, but she thinks that the directors who are most affected by the theme of the musical should have more say or votes on when deciding the theme. She thinks that writing, band, vocals, and dance should get more of a say than other directors like cameras. So Riley, when we were making this decision, again, we were taking into consideration who was voting on what theme and for what reasons. This was back in one of the director meetings we had earlier on. It wasn't just a straight 50-50 vote that like caused us to take another poll way back then. And we were always taking into consideration why people were picking certain themes for the way they were. So that was something we did actually keep an eye out on. It was not just a flat, everyone gets the same amount of voting. But everyone's opinion was considered when making the choice.
Yeah, and it's not just, oh, this theme won, we're doing this. It's really at the end of it, it was up to us too. But we did pick the one that had the most votes.
We also really took a lot of effort this year in considering other people's opinions of why they wanted the musical. It wasn't simply we want this because it's great. It was more of a we want this because band would have an easier time finding the scores, or vocals would have an easier time implementing chorus into these songs, or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Amanda says, just kind of a general thing for everyone. Being a part of the musical has meant so much to me, and I loved working with everyone, and I believe that all the directors were amazing. Way better organized than my old professional dance teachers. Thank you for everyone's hard work and letting me be part of it. Congrats on all the great work. Thank you.
Next up is Katie Miller. I agree with Juliana. You guys did such a good job with people dropping out, but you honestly could have been harsher with people missing practices, whether with a strike system or some other way, as I think there were a few casts that were supposedly in until a few weeks leading up. Yeah, so the difficulty with harshness is that, again, the musical, it's something where people kind of volunteer their time to put on something great for the community. And we understand that in order to make that happen, people need to attend. But that being said, it's difficult to be harsh with people because then more people may drop out, and doing a second hiring for the musical is also very, very difficult. It puts, again, we had a lot of strain put on us this year by people dropping out for Ring Day, where we were already losing people in numbers and we were filling roles, and we felt as if we put pressure on those people that they may drop as well. And so it was simply easier to give people who weren't showing up for certain things easier parts. So for example, in dances, they would, instead of being involved in the dance in some way, stand off to the side and say their lines or something like that.
You just said Katie's?
Yeah.
Sarah Shires says, a general comment I've had about people dropping for whatever reason is maybe we can set up minor members of the cast as an understudy for principal roles. That way if last minute things come up, everyone feels slightly more prepared. Also, you killed it, Owen. Yeah, this is something we considered, never really put into place. There's a few challenges with it, but it is a good idea overall. I think we would have benefited from it, especially this year.
Yeah, so in previous years, understudies haven't been a super big issue. Usually, most of the leads we have don't drop. In fact, I think this was one of the first years we actually had that happen. Understudies could be something recommended. The only issue with that is that it feels really bad for an understudy to do a whole bunch of work and then not see it pay off in any way. Which, again, it's kind of the role of an understudy to have that, but it's unfortunate to have that role as well, especially if, let's say, the person is fine for all the shows and you've spent a bunch of time learning this stuff for no reason. And it's kind of difficult to justify that to someone who has that happen to them. We have a reply to Nick. Back to Riley's question, would it be beneficial to include this voting distinction in the Constitution to make it less ambiguous? No. The Constitution is supposed to be ambiguous for now. A bunch of specific rules were cut from the Constitution in order so that it's not constricting to future directors. Because at the end of the day, as is defined in the Constitution, the directors have complete control over direction of the musical. It's something that it's just always been a fact about this musical. It's unfortunately kind of a dictatorship where they can choose to do whatever they would like to do. So for us, we chose to give the opinions more value than the votes themselves necessarily, where we took into consideration what people's feelings were about the theme. But next year they may decide to make it just a strict vote. Put your hands up, put your heads down and your hands up, and we'll do it that way. And it's honestly up to whoever's up next to determine what they want to do with that.
I think, is that it for us then?
Yeah, we're going to allow, again, a few more minutes to get questions filtered in. If you guys have any more, now's the time. Katie Miller said nice. Thanks, Katie. Yeah. We're going to give you to like 10:41 because I'm feeling not on par with squares today. You know, like 10:40 would be like, okay, one more question from Nick. I guess we'll call this one the last question unless anyone has some serious concerns they want to bring up. Never mind then. Can't see that on my computer, so.
I thought Nick just decided he was like, I'm the last question.
Yeah, I'm like, what is the purpose of the Constitution? Why make it ambiguous? Yeah, so something that I said last year at the spiel for us becoming director was I wanted to implement one because ours is currently more ambiguous than this one. The trick with this one is to kind of have some way to hold directors accountable if something does go wrong throughout the course of the musical. So, for example, if they get rid of a member for no apparent reason, and everyone in the cast is like, well, why did you throw out the member out of the musical? They've been working just as hard as everyone else. And they're like, no, don't want to give a reason. It kind of gives the members more of a backbone to say, hey, remember in the Constitution when it says, yeah, you can't just fire people without a cause? What was the cause? We'd like to know as the membership. And so they can't just kind of go, no, I don't want to answer that question because they can't really... They have nothing to hold them to right now. Currently, our Constitution is practically as blank as saying Paul and Andy are the directors. There's a few other things in there that say, yeah, we have a membership, and yes, we accept fees, and we're a not-for-profit organization that donates all of our money away. But other than that, there's nothing. There is nothing there. Again, that can be found on CUSA Hub when it's back up and running. But that is the reason for this Constitution.
We also don't want to box in future directors into doing things a specific way. There's a lot of things that could go one way, could go another way, and we don't want to make those decisions for future directors. I think a lot of that can be chosen.
Yeah, a good example is going back to that vote situation. It wasn't a simple situation, and at the end of the day, Paul and I sat down and made a decision, and then once we'd made the decision, we made it final to everyone else. And if there was some concrete set in stone way to deal with that in the Constitution, then they would have to deal with it that way, even if it meant picking a worse musical, which we don't want to box anyone into doing in the future, which is why it's so ambiguous.
Okay.
We'll give a few more minutes for questions just because some more were asked, and the stream has a delay. So we apologize again for this taking so long. We're doing the best we can with the situation we have. We're happy that all of you are staying home and safe. This is a general PSA to wash your hands. Soap actually works very, very well on COVID-19. I believe there was a thing published about it taking off the outer layer of it, but again, go do your research, understand what is going on. Research is the best search. Don't find your information on Facebook.
My grandma does all her research from Facebook.
Nope.
Oh God.
Don't touch your face. I just did. I feel like an idiot. I just did this. I didn't do it that time.
Okay,
I kept my hand.
You almost touched your face there. Out of shame with your face.
I think we should.
Yeah, that's when you're
All right. Without any other further things, we are going to move on from comments for director. Oh, Sam. I think that there was more communication between band, dance, and cast this year. It'd be cool if we had even more. Yeah, of course. We're always up for more communication between cast, dance, and band. Again, musicality is kind of a rehearsal to bring it all together, but we definitely think that there should be more leading up to that day because, well, let's face it, we need to have more interactions for an actual musical to happen. And it would be nice if we could iron out all like the rocky patches before musicality. With that last comment, I think we're going to move on from directors. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciated it. Comments for writing directors. I got one. Man, one hell of a script you guys wrote. I can say from firsthand experience that the original script was almost 40 pages over length. We had infinite content this year. We apologize to Cam for cutting all your JoJo jokes. And he may not be in the stream, but we'd also like to say your jokes were very, very funny. They hit really, really well with the audience, especially some of the ones that I was very confused about, and then the audience loved them. I'm like, all right, apparently this is like a well-known thing. Good to know. Yeah, we really appreciate you, Francis and Rafe. If you guys are right there, thanks.
Hannah says, this show was so freaking funny. Props to writing directors.
Prithvi said, wait, there were JoJo jokes. JoJo the musical next year. That's up to next year's directors.
But please no.
But please no. Also, one last comment from Juliana on Paul and I. Think there was actually a lot of good communication between and support between all the subdirectors. Yeah, we really wanted to embrace the kind of community aspect of it. We're a community of people that are all working together for the same goal. So if we can work towards that, that's always a good thing.
Ryan Dempsey says, every scene was like a comedy ogre. So many layers.
But
yes.
Yeah.
I have to say props to the writing team for making a plot that actually makes sense because my parents and my grandparents actually knew what the hell was going on.
Yes. Okay.
I think they actually understood it this time.
Andrew said props to writing directors to making a plot that actually made sense. This is one of our big goals for writing this year, to have a plot that actually made sense. We had character arcs. This board was originally full of character arcs when we were first writing the script. Yeah, we were super duper happy with that as well, Andrew. Francis typing at Rafe, this stuff's about us. Look here when you get here.
Sarah Shires says, honestly felt so good delivering lines and having people laugh. That's the goal.
We also skipped quite a few. Spencer said, you guys did a great job with songs and everything. It was super fun. Maybe biased since it was my first time taking part in one, but it was one of my favorites. Thanks, Spencer.
Riley says, for writing, the directors started the meetings very late and came to us with a plot already in place. This made the writing process very restrictive. I understand wanting a bit more freedom with it, but we actually sort of did that on purpose. Like, we sat down, Andy and I sat down with the writing team and hashed out a plot. I think when you leave the plot to everybody to just figure out, it's harder to have a cohesive story. And I think that actually helped us get a plot that was understandable.
Yeah. That being said as well, it's also difficult to make a cohesive plot if, because of the way we write our musicals, where certain people work on one scene at a time, and then at the end we try to work together to like figure out what the fuck's actually going on. I think the restrictiveness helped in making a plot that was cohesive this year, because it kind of gave a direction for each scene to go. I believe, I may be mistaken, that it just kind of had a start. We need to start here, and we need to end here with these characters doing this throughout the scene at some point. And again, we understand the restriction that brings to the writing phase. That was why in some of the later scenes, they tried to be more open in like, hey, we just need to go from the library to here. Or we just need to have McKinley write an exam, or something like that. We hope that in future years this can be opened up to include more creative freedom for the writers, because again, creative freedom allows them to produce the best jokes, but also a cohesive plot line allows it to be understood by people who aren't necessarily in engineering or just there for the jokes.
Jamie, are you changing the slides on the... Okay, cool. Pruthvi says, for those not...
No, it's good.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We already did Sarah. Oh, and also a lot of people have approached me saying how much they related to some of the characters. You guys did an awesome job capturing a whole bunch of different personalities in the script. Yeah, again, this was one of the goals of this year. We made, actually, the characters when we were first selecting people were genderless, so that we could get the best people to portray the best different types of characters, which is why there was a lot of switching of theys, he's, and she's in the script, which was crazy, but also very, very fun for the audition phase, because then we weren't looking for specifically a guy or a girl to play certain roles. It wasn't already engraved in our brain. In fact, like it was just gave us a bunch of freedom as well. So thank you very much.
Hannah says, so many people told me... Did we skip?
Yeah. Juliana, did Francis write the characters for him and Peter to play together because it was too perfect? No. Again, this was a casting decision we made based on the people who came in. We thought it was very, very funny to have those specific people in those roles. The characters were written super duper well as well. I don't know if it was a specifically Francis type humor, but there was definitely a few times where Francis was like, yeah, I want to be the person on the printing press in the background. And I was like, okay, we'll see how, the audition phase goes. And then at the end of the day, like, we were like, yeah, he's part of the cast, so sure, you can do that role.
Hannah says, so many people told me this show was one of the best they've ever seen, and I think a lot of that comes down to the script. Everyone got really good amounts of stage time. We were all able to find character arcs and layers in the scenes as well, and we could really embody these characters while finding our own quirks and spins on them.
Sweet. Nick, thanks for explaining certain lines to me. I've been a bit of a saucy boy, 'tis so. Yeah, so Nick, something that was interesting this year in the writing process was, once I found out that they were including references in scenes, I actually went and Googled every single line of the musical, because there's a lot of them. I recommend it at some point. You will find a great amount of internet culture history in those lines. I believe the Bionicles reference got cut, but originally there was a Bionicles reference, and it was in the middle of a huge speech, and I completely missed it until I looked it up, and I'm like, sure enough.
Also, I was still finding references a week before the show. So
it was cut, but it was like, I don't know, it was something weird. Ty asked what the reference was, and I was like, I don't know. Okay, so continuing on, we have a comment from Riley here. It's also a thread, so
So this is going back to her previous comment. They also were not planning on figuring out any characters, which I think resulted in lines that were not owned by characters. The plot was not character driven. The way I did it was meet with all the writers and figured out characters and then figured out the plots. The directors said that we could just write whatever we wanted for the scenes and we could worry about the character consistency later. I had to convince them to sit down and figure out the characters because they were not originally planning to. There were only basic plot-based character attributes.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. We understand your concern. We hope to pass that on to future writing directors so that that type of situation doesn't happen again. Thank you. We appreciate the feedback.
Katie Miller says, yeah, the genderless thing was great. I agree. I think it should be done all the time.
One comment I do have about this. In the song, don't rhyme anything with they. Because we did that like twice, and then I had to go back and rewrite those rhymes because I was like, frick. We rhymed it with the neutral gender of they, and it still worked, but like it wasn't perfect because like it definitely should have been him or her depending on like what gender the character was portraying. So yeah, if you're doing that, be conscious of that because like it's seriously something that can be like, oh fuck, we just rhymed that with him, and you know it's actually a her in the role, and so or them or something like that. Anyway. Yeah, that's something to be conscious of.
So we'll give it another minute or two, but I'm not seeing any more.
Yeah.
That was the...
Why were the JoJo jokes cut?
The JoJo jokes were cut because we did not feel as though they were the best material in the musical. They were specific to a target audience. And again, as are a lot of the jokes in the musical, but most of the target audience in the musical is the engineering students. And a lot of the jokes are engineering related, such as alcoholism or Lahara or like something along the lines, right? Like having a tough time with your TAs. JoJo references necessarily don't fit in the context of the script. There were a few lines that were sad to see go, but also they were kind of random interjections sometimes. Like it would be like, oh, I gotta say something, and yeah, I gotta get my plug for my computer.
Also, so you should have seen how many references Cam put in originally. It was
absurd.
I saw a pared down version of that, and it was still ridiculous. Cam went ham. I think it was like 40.
Yeah, honestly, Cam, your writing was super duper awesome though, because like, you know, without all of that stuff, it would have been impossible to trim it down to the refined script it is today.
We have another comment from Riley. I think the writing applications were also very vague. They didn't have prompts. It was just write a version of your favorite scene or song. Due to the nature of this process, they should have to write based off of a prompt. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. We'll pass that on.
Yeah, again, this is going to be all recorded for future years. We're going to take this entire channel, put it into a document, and say, go have fun. Because like there's tons of useful information here for future directors. I think that like again the application phase for this musical, Riley, that's the only way to ensure writers can actually write what you tell them. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna try to pass this along for future years. I don't know if there's some way to export a Slack channel to text, but we'll figure something out. It's got to be in like the raw inspect code somewhere.
Adam's taking minutes. So
Also,
we'll
Adam's
have
taking
that.
minutes.
Yeah. Ty.
In terms of like songs where there's a bunch of like characters like bounce around with lines, like particularly in Hello, I think it makes sense in like a plot point to have a bunch of characters saying a bunch of different lines, but it's really hard on the stage because some people are mic'd and some people are not. So it's like it's fun to see all the different like TAs saying different lines, but it's like some I could hear and some I could not, and I was on the wing. So
Yeah.
just in terms,
So Ty was saying it's difficult for a song when you bounce around a bunch between actors, especially when it comes to the performance day, because it's difficult to hear those actors on the stage, especially when they're like not mic'd or something. Yeah, that was a concern we had with Hello, because it was a bunch of minor characters in a song. we were originally going to work with dance very, very closely to make sure that mic passing wouldn't be a difficulty. But then we realized that in the middle of the song, we were bouncing like between 3 people in 3 quick successions, and we're like, this is difficult. Again, this was one of the issues with specifically Book of Mormon, because it has that as one of its opening numbers, and the way they do that in the live one is that all of them have lapels, like literally all of them, or like they have. I don't remember. They also may or may not have mic stands in front of them and do hello, and they might be on risers. I don't remember, but they have a specific way of doing it so that they could specifically have every single person mic'd, and it's pre-mastered almost as well, so that each volume is the same volume whenever someone's saying it.
I was thinking it was specific to Book of Mormon, but I just
Yeah,
wanted to
it's a difficult one. We did our best with the options that we had.
That wasn't like a criticism.
Oh, no.
Hello was a bad song. I liked Hello as a
Yeah,
song. It was just
It was very hard to pull
It's
off.
something to consider in the writing process, is definitely a good statement from that. Is there any other replies to this thread? No. Also, Prithvi, thank you for the recommendation. We will definitely be doing that. But also reminder that Free Slack has a 10,000 message limit. This year we are not super duper close to it.
But we got the warning.
We got the warning. So I believe we're 2,500 messages out of the 10,000 message warning.
Yeah.
JK, we're at 9,700 messages. So these will be the last ones to be deleted, but we can share this channel with a future channel, but we also don't want to limit their messaging. So.
Hopefully we don't have 300 more messages on here.
Yay.
Yeah.
I mean,
there might
it's
be.
okay if we lose
might
some
hit
of
the
older
limit.
stuff.
Really non-essential ones.
Yep.
Like my look book.
Eric. Okay, we can answer this question right now. Eric Lacey, on the topic of mics, there is the potential of renting mic equipment from Algonquin to have a larger assortment of mic'd actors in the future. That's something for future directors to consider. Again, it could be something to consider, but KMT's system there is also very, very specific, and I'm not sure if it would mesh well with their system. I've been in the tech booth. Their board looks fairly occupied. I may be wrong. But I also don't want to surprise KMT and going, here's a bunch of mics, figure it out. But yeah, it's definitely a suggestion that future directors can look into if they need more mics. We actually had more mics than we did in previous years, which was very, very nice.
Riley says, also during the writing process, the directors could do a better job of communicating writer dynamics, as they tried to pair up experienced writers with new ones, but did not tell the new writers about that dynamic during the process.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely pass that along forward there, Riley. Yeah, our goal in getting, I think Francis and Rafe's goal in getting newer writers to write with older ones is that experienced writers. The experienced writers would be able to pass along that experience to the newer ones, so that in coming years, if the experienced members graduate, then the knowledge of deadlines and types of humor that sit well with people can be passed down through that, but it should definitely be made clear to the people in those roles that, hey, you're experienced and you're helping this person. We're going to give about 4 more minutes for this sub-directorship. If you guys got other stuff, we'll extend that time. Just let us know. We're here for you. Yeah. It's not like... Can you guys check if there's anyone typing in the Slack? Okay.
We can actually see it. It's just small.
Oh, it's below the message. Why? Why is it not above? That's whack.
There's a reply
Yeah, so Rachel replied about the mic situation. She said, in my opinion, there were more than enough face mics this year. We had actually planned on 2 characters holding handhelds during songs, which would have been fine. That didn't have to. Yeah, we had a lot of face mics this year, and I think that went pretty well. But I think the problem with the mics happened more in the quick handoffs with the handhelds.
Yeah.
And that I feel like that's hard to fix anyways, unless you just throw on like 5 handhelds or something, which might be possible. But
Again, we would generally recommend that in the future, less people be involved from cast in songs who are singing, because like it's difficult to pass a bunch of mics around. Like an example of how this was difficult was Hello. An example of how this was awesome was Rito McDick's Hell Dream, because in that song, everyone who needed a mic had access to a mic. Like your group of 4, you each had the opportunity to speak into a mic. Satan had the opportunity to speak into a mic, and that was all the people who didn't have lapel mics that were in that song who spoke, right? And so it's, again, important to think about that in the writing phase. I'm going to bring it up, Jonah. He wanted to let the writing team know that they did an amazing job and they wrote an amazing script and that he loves them. Everything seemed to flow well, and it was a mix of complex yet easy to follow with huge props. Yeah, they did great. We really liked our script this year. So. All right, we're gonna cut it off in like a minute if no one's typing. Oh, Eric's typing. Careful, you're typing as me.
Oh,
That's fine. It's just fool.
I hit caps lock.
Apparently there's a Bionicle reference in Legal ECM that's still there.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, there is.
There was one there.
Yes.
Here is scene 10.
Scene 10? Yep.
I liked the way that it was written, like the way that it flowed with Fuck the Arts and Study Arts. I think that scene has a really terrific flow.
Yep.
And it was really fun to do.
So Ty's comment was that scene 10 had a really awesome flow with Fuck the Arts and Study Arts. Yeah, we completely agree. There's a reason we separated it into a first half and then a reprise, because it just fit better with the scene.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh man, the first half of this can be totally screw all this bullshit, and then the second half can be, well, you know, you can still do it. We really like that as well. Eric Williamson, this isn't necessarily related directly to the writing team, but he has some feedback from his dad, who was a first-time viewer. He's just choosing a better-known musical and writing ours to parallel the original more, so it would resonate well with people who weren't familiar with Eng. Yeah, Eric, that's definitely something that can be considered by the directors. When we were originally determining plot lines for this musical, there was one that was closer to the original plot line, where 2 people go off to Ottawa U and they experience everything they do differently there. But again, at the end of the day, we decided that we wanted the other plot line for the musical. It's something, again, for future directors to consider, because again, it's up to them where they want the musical to go. There's a lot of things you can do with this. Do as you please.
Francis says to hit him and Rafe up with any feedback, especially negative, if you missed this or have something to say. I guess everyone here is here, so that's not for you, but we'll drop it in here, and it's good to know how things can be improved.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Francis. Yeah, again, these feedbacks can, if you're comfortable, you can tell them to the directors themselves. I'm just going to check the anonymous feedback form. This is also a way to send feedback for this.
Am I allowed to say some feedback?
Sure.
I thought that the characters were written as well as kind of just the general scene to be very, very relatable. I think that there were so many people in the crowd around me, as well as people I know, that could relate to at least a character on stage, even if it was just a single background joke or single background line. And I thought that was great.
Again, thanks Spencer for the reminder. So the anonymous feedback forum exists. I'm gonna post the link again. Give me 2 seconds. Into the town hall Slack. If you're worried about hurting someone's feelings with any of your feedback, we still want to hear it. It's important for future directors to understand where stuff may go wrong or may go right, or they may have to make a decision. Submit it in through here. I'm going to check it at the end of each section. If I forget, someone please remind me.
Adam?
Because it's into writing and a bit, I'll say it here. We had issues with Hasadiga in large part because the transition out of the repeated band background portion in dialogue is one where both band and cast had to come to the same decision at the same time. So in a lot of other musicals, either the band, or say, for example, 2x2, the band has a little pickup and then the cast comes in.
Mhm.
The problem with Hasadiga in particular was that both had to make the same decision independently to move on.
Yep.
And that was difficult. And to either consider choosing songs that don't have that, or making slight modifications to the song to give the band a pickup, or have the cast do a pickup and the band follow.
Okay.
Having that same decision time.
Yep, sounds good. Nicholas says, let me piss for real next time. Gosh. Do it, you won't, you coward. I mean, like, you could have, I guess. That would have been real fucking awkward on stage, but, like, you know.
Sweet.
Just like before, just drink as much water as
Jesus
you
Christ.
want.
Touch my face.
Yeah. I don't know. Anywho. At 11:15, we're going to move on from writing directors, or we'll move on sooner if people do not have any comments. Again, we're going to give about, like, 20 minutes to most of these groups, maybe 30 if discussion's going on a little bit. We don't want to keep people here all day. I'm not cleaning that up from Marissa. That's freaking hilarious. And Katie Miller said, change your slide. We haven't moved on yet, Katie. Hold your roll.
Hold your before.
Jamie, you haven't changed it.
Are we on writing directors at the moment?
We're on writing directors.
It's different on the stream than it is
Oh.
here.
Katie, we haven't changed slides yet.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, we'll be changing shortly. Again, we apologize for any technical inconveniences we may have. If you can't hear anything or something, please move on. Okay. We're gonna move on. I assume no one has anything else. If you do, message it in. We'll address it. Vocal directors. That's who you have next there, Jamie? Okay. Vocal directors. If you have any comments for vocal directors. Again, I'll start because there's a bit of a delay. I was super duper impressed this year with both leads and chorus vocal directors. I was impressed in the fact that some of the tough songs for lead vocals were songs that jumped a bunch back between different roles as to who was doing what. And by the show time, those songs were incredible. They were all super duper well done. Again, from a director standpoint, that's like mostly what I see. And for chorus vocals, I was amazingly impressed by the fact that you managed to do the majority of the songs, because that's almost unprecedented. Usually we do like 7 out of the 12 songs have chorus representation in them. But I think all of the songs this year, except for one, had chorus vocals. Again, super impressed as someone who once upon a time was a vocal director.
Hannah was asking if we're doing both Xavier and Sam at the same time or one at a time. I think we're just going to do them at the same time.
Same time.
If you have a comment specific to one of them, you can say.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought I didn't get to have to do or deal with Xavier as a director, so I'll just talk about Sam. But I thought she did an excellent job, especially this being her first time as a chorus vocal director. She did a really good job. She did a really good job. One thing I'll say though is for next year, should she consider, or whomever is chorus vocal director next year, should
Yep.
consider being a bit more
Enforcing. Yep.
or assertive.
Yeah, so I'm just going to relay the conversation through. So Andrew said you did a great job. Sam, if you're right there, Just be a bit more strict with the people because they were goofing off a little bit, and take control. Make sure that they're actually singing instead of being goofy. Again, that partially falls on us. We should also maintain the peace while vocals are going on. I don't know. We're gonna go through Slack comments now.
Sarah Shires says, "You are amazing. I love you so much. Honestly, chorus rehearsals were a blast. Sunday rehearsals were amazing. My favorite part of the whole musical."
Thanks, Sarah. Erdem, Sam's energy and positivity at every rehearsal was infectious. I can't remember a single rehearsal that was boring or frustrating to get through. Thanks, Erdem.
Maddie says, "Sam was really patient with chorus and all of the difficult songs and very supportive of chorus during rehearsals."
Sweet. Riley McKinnon, vocals were fucking phenomenal all across the board. Thanks, Riley. Okay, we're gonna keep reading. Definitely appreciated Sam trying to teach in a variety of ways. We had visuals recording, and she did everything in her power to teach however people needed her to. Xavier was a gem as always. What are you guys laughing at?
Prithvi's comment.
Oh my god.
Owen says, "Sam did a really awesome job.
Fuck, I gotta
She
read
never
that
got
one.
frustrated at us and did get best provide a lot of different resources for us to learn our parts. I'm gonna miss Tuesday night rehearsals."
Prithvi, Xavier almost gave us Ebola or Corona when he showed up to the band cast run through when he was sick and throwing up. Stop being so dedicated. I remember that rehearsal myself. I was there. I kicked Xavier out of the rehearsal. It was the one time I had to tell him, "Xavier, go home." Xavier, your dedication's great. Don't get everyone sick. Also, if we could refrain from using Ebola or Corona in the chat, that'd be great. Thanks. It is a sensitive issue. People are, Anywho.
Maddie says, "Also shout out to Sam for showing up, even when she wasn't feeling well."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rachel, I really liked how dance and vocals tried to coordinate this year and teach dances for songs people already knew / were learning. Even if we didn't always manage it perfectly, it was good to try. Yeah, for sure. Pass that along to next year.
Hannah Phillips says, "I think the harmonizing was amazing, and the amount of chorus representation was amazing. I was told that at times during chorus, lead song's words were lost, so I think more focus on enunciation would have been beneficial."
Enunciate? I barely know it. Anyways,
They can joke and pay attention to me.
okay, we gotta go through all these first.
We'll get to you in a second.
Okay. We'll come back to you afterwards. Eli, this is an extremely vocally difficult musical, and both directors did an amazing job getting us up to snuff. Yeah, I completely agree. This is a tough one.
Maddie says, "I appreciated Xavier's hips."
Good hips, Xavier. Jessica, the recordings helped so much. It was really nice to be able to review things outside of rehearsal. Yeah, recordings are something I definitely recommend for next year. We weren't super proactive on it about band recordings, and we didn't really get to go over them this year, but it's also something to look forward to for vocals because, going alongside band is cool as well.
Nick says, "Really impressed and thankful for all the patience they both had for us cast. I really felt like they cared about us and the outcome of the show. Sam, those magical singing lozenges were blessed. Thank you. Xavier, thanks for the help with the piss song."
Jesus Christ. Francis, Sam, I have no clue how you managed to have multiple practices for each song. I don't think there were more practices than previous years, and yet we managed to learn more chorus songs than ever before, and that is an incredible achievement. Yeah, that's something else that I was definitely interested in this year because we did a lot of songs this year, and I think we ran each of them twice with reminder rehearsals throughout the week. On weekends we ran each of them twice or a few more times. I was super duper impressed with how that ended up turning out. I was worried because when you first showed me the list, Sam, you had all of them, and I'm like, oh geez, if we get behind by 1 week, we're behind by 1 week. But it ended up working out super well, so congratulations to you.
Do you want to take ties?
Yes, Ty.
like if I wasn't singing the note, he would not like sugarcoat it and say like, oh, you're almost like, he'd be like, no, you're not singing it. Which is like, it's harsh, but it's like, it's appreciated, because then that means I need to just hit the note or go down an octave, which was helpful because I was trying to sing up an octave. I almost feel like you could have been more like firm with that, but otherwise I thought it was really awesome. Also, yeah, Sam's vocal rehearsals were really fun, and I felt like I was learning all the time.
Okay, sounds good.
So to reiterate, that was a bit of a longer one, but basically, Ty appreciates that Xavian was firm with letting people know if they were doing things wrong. Could possibly also even be a bit more firm. And something about Sam. Do you remember? Sam was fun.
Sam was fun.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to Hannah's comment. Would appreciate a consistent leads vocal rehearsal schedule. Some people don't have the ability to do a rehearsal on a 2-day notice. Seniors are busy, and so are a lot of other people running on tight schedules. And we asked multiple times for a set time or more notice, 2 weeks in advance minimum, to make sure we could be there. Even if you don't need all leads every week, setting 1 to 2 consistent times a week so people can block things off in our calendars, have time carved out, and then show up if they're needed each week. Yeah, that's definitely a point to pass on to next year. It's good, but it's also difficult to organize because, again, your week-to-week requirements, as being in the position before, Xavier, not to speak for you, yeah, if you want, you can come up. Also, Xavier's here, so. Yeah, it's difficult to organize that.
I don't know if I'm in frame.
You're in frame.
I am. Yeah, Hannah, that is absolutely fair. I know when deciding leads like rehearsals, I tried because sometimes there's a lot of leads in songs, so I try to work around everybody's schedule. But I think for future reference or future years, I'll make it a point in terms of leads to make sure that everyone's schedule is taken at the beginning, and then we can take those blocks. So I appreciate that feedback.
Next up is Prithvi. This is also for band directors, but if we could coordinate between cast, band, chorus as to what songs we want to rehearse at different points throughout the year, so we can practice the same song at similar times, so we can rehearse together earlier. Yes, that is a great point. It's good, but also very, very difficult to coordinate. Because in an ideal world, band would go through at the same time as chorus, they would learn them, and then they would cross over earlier on. But unfortunately, for writing for band, they get written in an order. And for
Follow up on that. Actually.
Sure. Adam's going to come up and follow up on that.
So follow up on that, this year we tried to do all of our arranging in the order of the musical, similar to how Cass learns their songs, because that was feedback from the previous years. And some of our first songs at the very end, which Cass didn't work on until much later. We tried to do that as much as we could. Some of the issues in how we were going to schedule rehearsals between Cass and band were thrown for a bit of a wrench when Lauren couldn't do musicality. So we had to try and do all of her songs before musicality, which kind of messed with our plan for when to do songs with cast. But overall, I think things are much better this year.
Sweet. Okay. Next on to Katie Miller. I don't know anything about singing, but I remember watching them from the side at a rehearsal and listening and seeing the drawings explaining what the cast were supposed to do and felt like I understood what was being conveyed. Excellent communication skills, vocal boys.
Riley says, also the songs were hella long, but didn't decrease in quality of singing or band or dance. The musicality of this musical was insane.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Foot. Yes.
Turnout for like the chorus rehearsal
Yeah.
was kind of low. And then one thing for Xavier was some of the leads in the songs, even though they had microphones, I still couldn't hear them.
Okay. So turnout for weekly chorus rehearsals were low, and even though some of the leads had mics, still couldn't be heard. Yeah, that's something that's difficult is getting people to show up, because again, some people take these rehearsals also more seriously than others, and it's a larger commitment of their time, such as leads and other stuff like that. And as I said earlier, enforcing this kind of thing is difficult. because of the pressure you put on people when you enforce it.
I almost feel like if we could get what's called vocal rehearsals set up earlier on in the year, because I knew it was like kind of later on.
Yep.
Which led to me like I didn't really have an option. It was either I missed a class or I gave a vocal rehearsal, or I was So it's just maybe just earlier on so that people can more
Yep.
effectively work around it.
Yeah, definitely. Ty said get a schedule set up for vocal rehearsals earlier so that people can either figure out their best time slots or work around it. Yeah, for sure. This was something that I think I brought up to Sam a little bit later than I was expecting to. And I was just like, hey, we should have some rehearsals during the week to accommodate people. And I was like, I know that it's late notice, but we should get on that. And yeah, I recommend to next year's directors to talk to their vocal directors and make sure that, schedules are put into place.
Oh, I was just kind of with that, just gonna say that should also be a thing that goes in a transition report.
Yes. We don't have any more comments from the Slack or in the room. We're going to close this discussion in about 2 minutes if there's no more comments. And we'll probably close it off completely in 7 minutes. So if you've got any more, get us.
No one would like to say, wait, this isn't the bathroom, where am I, who are those two? What is a comment to the vocal director?
Yes.
Yes.
The distance is like
All right, we're going to move on. Thank you for your comments on vocal directors. Next up, we got dance. Rachel Miranda, if you're out there, I was super duper impressed with the dance this year. We got a comment from one of the people in the theater, specifically the usher, who has done dance before, and she was super duper impressed. She was absolutely blown away that people in the tap number had never done tap before this year, and thought it was absolutely incredible. So props to you guys. Again, I don't know too much about dance, but I thought it was very, very well done and well organized. I tried to attend a few dance portions, and they looked like they were going very, very smoothly. I was impressed with the conduct in which you guys organized these rehearsals. Rachel responded, "Fuck yeah" to that. So.
We'll start with Xavier.
Yep.
Just something to take into account when choreographing is
Jamie, change the
to
slide.
limit for leads at least, or whoever's singing actually, if they have like a block of singing, just to limit the physical movements that they're doing so that they can be more easily sing.
Okay, so limit the physical movements for leads so that they can more easily sing their lines. This was an issue in a few songs. I'm not sure if it was just the mic trying to pick it up in the movement, because like the way that talking into a mic works, if you're moving, it can like move where you're trying to aim the sound. I think for Nick, it was a lot of spinning in that one section that you're talking about. And again, it's difficult to figure that out before we go to like tech and do the run through and go, we just completely lose him there. But it is something to keep in mind. We are going to move to the Town Hall channel. Maddie, props to Rachel and Miranda for supporting me and all the other people who just didn't want to dance and helping us when we needed it. Yeah. Hannah, change those slide. We got it covered. Maddie, also props to the directors for being the dancers, sorry, to being disgusted by Nick. He is a gross boy. Yeah, I guess.
Riley says the dance blew my mind. Me and people who came with me all agreed it was the highlight of the show.
Amanda Marsden, love you, Rachel and Miranda. Dance was amazing.
Katie says, Rachel, Miranda, I love you. Thank you for everything. You guys were great at breaking up the work, great at taking dancer feedback, great at choreographing fun things.
Samantha Wong. No doubt that dance was really amazing. Just wanted to pitch in and say that dance scene from the back was also amazing. Yeah.
Riley says the choreo had so much comedy in it, which needs to be praised and done every year.
Katie, again, we got great feedback that it was the best musical ever, and that's a lot on YouTube.
Galen says Rachel and Miranda killed it, loved it all. It was also great how open you were to letting dancers suggest putting in our own dumb stuff, like dabbing and foot claps.
Next up is Owen. Props to you guys for not freaking out when you had to teach me 4 dances in 2 days before reading week. Yeah. Huge props to that one.
Yeah.
Also props to you, Owen. Good job for learning this.
Eric says, thank you so much to Rachel as well as my fellow musical boys, Colleen and Mackenzie. Never thought I would be able to learn tap with close to zero dance experience. You guys were great teachers, and I'm so glad I was able to perform that dance well.
Yeah, good job, Eric. We're super duper proud of you as well. You got put in the role because we thought you could do it, so congrats for getting her done. Erdem, the finale dance was really fun to do this year, but it would have been great if we could have squeezed a few more rehearsals out of it in. Also, Katie Miller, sorry for almost jumping on your dad in the front row.
Spencer says, first off, love you guys. Dance was an awesome time. I really enjoyed that you guys would take feedback and adapt songs to our suggestions. Although having flexibility was nice, sometimes it was a little too flexible, particularly with Careless Whisper, since it was just a small fun part. It was kind of put off until it was done last minute. Make sure that even the small things don't get pushed off too long, because it was stressful for us boys not knowing what was going on with it.
Yep. Rachel said props to you guys for learning everything so fast. Or props to you, which was to Owen's thread. Juliana said the dances were consistently dynamic and looked great on stage. There was always a temptation to do simple dances when people aren't as experienced, but you resisted.
Ty?
Yeah.
I just want to say to thank you for making Get Good so much fun to do, and I hope it was fun to watch. It was like super fucking fun.
Ty said Get Good was super fun and amazing to do. So props to you guys again.
Did you say Juliana?
Yeah, so Nick, good job to the both of you. Gonna miss you next year, Rachel. Yeah, you'll be missed.
Yep. Francis says, Satan Squad loves you. This we know, for you were very accommodating with us casty peeps when we were learning Rito McDicks, and you walked us through each move in a way that made sure we understood what we were supposed to do and made us look good while doing it, despite dancing not necessarily being our strong suit.
Galen, for the dance videos, they are super useful. I watched them multiple times. Definitely do that again. Maybe create second recordings if needed. Some videos, we hadn't fully nailed the dance yet, the end of the first half of Man Up / End of You and Me, and sometimes we change minor things. Might also help everyone knowing what to do better if they have a second recording once it's more refined and in sync. There's also a reply saying, yeah, having an updated recorder later on is not a bad idea. Not recording, but... Any other comments for the dance directors?
We'll give it another
Yeah.
minute or two.
Oh, yeah. We just also want to push this on because we don't want to keep you guys here for 8 hours. Below 8 hours, it's fine. But, after the 8th hour, probably looking pretty suspicious.
Then we have to start paying overtime.
So I guess I'm not getting paid at all.
Yeah, time and a half of 0.
If we unionize.
No frickin' unions. I had to shut down one union movement. I will not resist to do it again.
Where does it say in the Constitution that you can legislate back to work?
Hannah says, we appreciate you. Maddie says it would be great if, as dances learning the songs course, also gets a few moves to do while singing on the sides. Yeah. 2 a.m. is bedtime. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the course suggestion is really good.
All right, we're gonna move on from dance directors. If you have any other comments, feel free to type them into the chat. The union strike, go away. We're gonna move on. Band. So my comments for band this year is every time I attended a rehearsal, it seemed super well organized. And I didn't check the anonymous feedback form. You guys were supposed to remind me.
Oh, we did get one more response.
I should have done this earlier.
Band directors now. Slide.
So someone recommends that next year's directors bring back the weekly status update emails that A&W put out. It was really helpful to get a reminder about when events were coming up, even if that information already exists in the SuperDoc. I was sometimes a little taken by surprise because I'd forgotten to check the SuperDoc for the week. Yeah, no, it's something that can be done. We did not want to do status update emails. We were nervous that that would seem like pestering people to get on their stuff. But if that's a style that is preferred, again, it's up to the discretion of the directors next year, but that is a comment that exists. Ty.
That's not a tech.
Did we have
That was- yeah.
recordings for the songs this year? Or?
Band recordings?
Yeah.
So on the topic of band directors, did we have band recordings this year?
We had 4 songs. You requested a couple of them, and we did a couple other ones early. And then we kind of just. I should probably check my actual one.
Yeah, so some of the songs were, Ty's question was how many of the band songs were
I'll
done?
take notes if you want.
So basically, we recorded I believe it was 4 earlier on in the year. I think that's all we ended up getting to. Those ones that Andy and Paul had requested from us, and we kind of put out a general call in the subdirectors channel, I believe, or maybe just musicality channel. I'm just saying what songs do you want to be recorded. We were a little crunched for time this year due to various reasons. We would have liked to have recorded more, but we were just trying to get through all our songs at rehearsals.
I'm going to read through them and then you can make comments on them. So
Oh, I just wanted to continue, just because it was a bit hard with the songs that were a bit more heavy on the timing to not have just recordings, because it's hard to do it with like the actual recordings since they have.
So Ty said it was a bit hard with not having the recordings because the timings were a bit different than the original recordings, and it would have been nice to have those recordings.
Yeah. For some of those, we couldn't necessarily do that because if it was such as Hasadiga or a couple parts in 2x2 where it was the band's playing while cast is saying their lines, we didn't know how long you were going to take. We were following you. So you would have to either agree on we're going to give you, say, 8 counts for that line or 32 counts for this line, which is kind of restricting, and if someone rushes their lines during the show, might kind of fall apart.
Yeah.
So it wasn't possible to get those timings quite right in the recording.
Okay, so continuing on, Spencer Carlisle, the guitar solo in Hell Dream was lit. Props to whoever that was in band. Marvin,
Yes,
props to you.
Marvin.
Apparently you learned that over Christmas like a freaking mad lad.
You showed up and we were just like, whoa.
Riley McKinnon, band was just on point the whole time. Heck yeah, they were. Maddie Snellgrove, I love that each section instrument got to have a highlighted part in each song. Some songs had kick-ass clarinet parts or horn parts, etc. Loved it. Yeah, that was something else that I liked. It was very, very well done in band. Ryan Dempsey, maybe this is too specific of a commentary, but drums are a wacky instrument to write for, and all 3 directors did a fantastic job of writing drum charts that provided solid framework without being too restrictive. Yes, so nothing is too specific for Town Hall. We're happy to hear it all. I thought that was also very, very well done, because, again, it's difficult to write drums, especially if you don't have drum writing experience. It's like, how do I boom?
Yeah, last
tap.
year I was
Boom,
that
tap.
was rough.
Miriam, I'm putting this here anyways because I just want to say dance directors, y'all did excellence. That literally made me wish I was part of more dances. That one's back for dance directors. Ryan, thanks for reigniting my interest in drumming badly. If you didn't know, Miriam jumped on the drums like once or twice. Rachel didn't get a chance to yell this at all of y'all at the after party, but the band is the coolest part of the musical, and you can't change my mind. Shoot. Band was so good. God bless y'all. It was great to dance from Katie Miller. Boothby, having a more consistent location/schedule would be nice, but I understand the difficulties with that. Yes.
Yeah.
So.
I can help on that one. Yeah, this year was rough. We had a consistent location last year, but that was a consistent bad location because there were exams in adjacent rooms a few times each semester. So we decided to be more flexible. What we should have done better is communicate to you in advance more. We often were waiting on bookings, but we weren't necessarily letting you know the moment we got a booking back. That's something that we could have done better for sure.
Is it better or worse than a garage as well? Is the real question.
Well, we don't have a garage.
We'd have to have a garage.
Exactly. That's something for future band directors to look into, is a location for not only having practices, because campus is hard for that, but also storing instruments. Currently we're using a storage room in the SGRC, not an ideal location, as we need someone with a key to it to actually access it.
Yeah. Fortunately, this year we had someone, a CSA executive, on the band, helped a lot. And last year, Tristan was Austin's roommate, so he was often on campus and
Yep.
would coordinate that with Austin.
Okay, continuing on. Katie Miller, speaking as someone who has been sad at musicalities past, this was a great note to end on. Hannah Phillips, I think band and chorus having rehearsals together would be beneficial. Yeah, definitely. It's something that future directors can look into. It's difficult to organize that many people, though, as well. So keep that in mind when doing that. Miriam said, I wish chorus somehow rehearse more with band. Yeah, exactly. It's difficult, but it can be. Worse than a garage. Yeah. Well then, find a garage. Buy a house with a musical budget so we can have a garage. No. Good luck. Figure that one out on your own time. But I doubt funding on campus would cover buying a house to have a garage to practice in. Anywho.
It would have to be someone in the musical, preferably someone in the band, who has a house with a spacious enough garage.
Yeah.
And a lot of student houses don't have garages, so I think we would have happily considered one if someone had one, but no one reached out when we kind of asked around, so we decided to go with on campus.
Okay, does anyone else have any comments for band?
Got a few typing.
Is a house covered under QSEF? It is not. Sir.
Good morning.
Surya said good morning. So, good morning to you, Surya. Happy to see you sign in. Also, there's another comment for dance directors. Thanks for such a wonderful year. You all have done so well in writing the music and giving all instruments a highlight. I think...
She mean to say?
She might have meant to say band. Your patience was endless most of the time, and it was really appreciated. Also, for funding our waving around stick, please.
Hey, we didn't break it this year.
Badoomts. Katie, in past years, having the recordings was useful to practice to leading up to the show. Yep, just something to pass on. Owen, you guys did a really great job of commenting all the weird and wacky dialogue parts during the song. I appreciate you going through each and every bit with us at Musicality to make sure that we got all the cues. Katie Miller, not sure if we had those this year, but I didn't find them. I'm assuming that's to the recording. We had 4 of them. They should definitely be made more public. Samantha, caveating the band. Gabe Karam, band good. Much, yes. Manny Snellgrove, kazoos killed it. I was really sad we couldn't hear more of the kazoos, but I heard them from being up in the front rows. They were great.
That was Daniel and Pruthby who are advocating for those, and that was really good. I brought it to us at a subjects meeting, and I was like, so if they want to do kazoos, is this okay?
Also Bailey.
Totally expecting a no, but in the end, it was like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm like, yes.
Any other comments for band?
I have one.
Sure.
Shout out to Jonah for taking recordings during dress rehearsal. That was a really good thing to have. I was able to listen to various parts of the songs, see who was playing too loud, see who was rushing a little bit or where the issues were coming from, and I was able to iron out a lot of issues because Jonah had a recording audience, also for levels. I was able to figure out at what points do we need to quiet down a bit so cast could be heard.
Also, at Chandler's comment of kazoo mics, talk to the theater about it. They would have that if they can have that. I assume it would be similar to a violin mic, and you could probably use both for the same purposes, but that would be freaking sketch. So, good luck. Jesus Christ. Bailey Lenahan, hey band directors, I know the rehearsals were long and we complained a lot, but overall the work was worth it, so thanks for working so hard. Yeah. Again, rehearsals tend to run long. probably every single director has apologized for that at some point. But we promise you it's all worth it. We're keeping you here because, you know, get stuff done.
So, Jonah?
Jonah said, I actually made Paul take recordings, so go Paul.
Go me.
Yay!
I would highly recommend doing that again and making it more known to everybody else. I think we sent them to sub-directors, maybe? I'm not sure. But having that available to everybody and well known would be really nice, because then you could hear what parts maybe you were a little off and make those adjustments. I think that'd be really nice to have. I have another thing. I got some feedback from friends who went, and the band was too loud at some points. Something that we need to work on more. Again, use the recordings more and figure out our levels better, because actually, honestly, the loud singers were the ones who weren't mic'd at Jonah.
Get added. Is there any other comments for band?
Several people are typing.
Well, I'm gonna cut it off at 11:50, so you better get your comments in soon.
Also check the feedback.
There have been
we'll
no.
cut off comments in like a couple minutes.
There have been no updates to
Like,
the anonymous
next
feedback
topic.
form. Yeah. Francis, thank you, band directors, for figuring out how to do stuff like fuck the/study arts. The quiet portions where people were talking went very, very well, and you synced well with us. Good timing. I'm glad we didn't have to cut down much on any songs, despite how long these chunky boys were. Yeah.
Yes, I really appreciate that. That's something that dance directors and band directors really advocated for this year, was not cutting down the musical bits of songs,
Yep.
keeping the full duration. So we got to have those big dance breaks, and that was really enjoyable for the band and dance. They had to show off a bit. I'm really glad that Annie and Paul were on board with having a lot more song content.
Yeah. Something else that was a goal for us this year was to have band involvement in the scenes a little bit more. We were super happy with the band involvement we put in the scenes. That includes Wonderwall, that includes Careless Whisper, that includes drum rolls at various portions. We didn't get in the sad trombone, wah, 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 but, you know, I definitely think it's important in future years to keep the band involvement high in the show so that they're not just sitting there.
Yeah, I think Band could have done a better job of getting those little cues, similar to how Dance Feedback was saying that you get to practice things like Careless Whisper dance earlier. Same thing for band. It would have been better if we had gotten those little things ironed out during an earlier rehearsal so they were ready to go sooner.
Okay. In regards to monitors on stage, it seemed like a good idea, but I don't know if they were necessarily worth it given the amount of feedback there was.
We
Yeah.
skip to Bailey's
Yeah.
uh,
Fair.
follow up
Can
on
we
that.
skip? Personally, I really needed the monitors because I didn't have the amp, so the monitors were the only way for me to hear myself if I was playing right. Yeah.
And I will add that hearing vocal cues through the monitor is really important.
Yeah,
Because in the past year, like the previous year, we didn't have monitors. I was just struggling to hear, and oftentimes my cue would be they'd stop talking. I couldn't hear the exact words they were saying, but I heard that they stopped talking, and then knew, okay, I think it's time to move on.
Yeah, pianos definitely need the monitors as well because it's fucking impossible. So Spencer, dance directors, thank y'all for not needing us in KMT for tech rehearsal. It went by really fast and painless when you were able to send us to go do our own thing. Yeah, that's definitely another comment as well for dance directors. That was really well done this year. Adam, thank you for letting me scream at you and band for drum roll and Wonderwall. Ryan, yeah, I liked having the monitors so I can hear cast and keys. Yeah, drummers also really like monitors, so those are extremely, extremely useful for specifically those groups of people. And in the future, we will see if we can get it out of band's face. But
Shout out to Mike from KMT for helping us out with the monitors. We weren't asking for them originally, and then he suggested them, and I'm like, oh yes, absolutely. Because in the past, we've been kind of told, no, we don't really do that. But he was very like, you want monitors, right? And I'm like, yeah.
oh, one thing next year: figure out your risers before tech.
Yeah. We were trying something different, and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
We should have tried that layout in a band rehearsal, something like that.
Yep.
Agreed.
Just a comment for next year: figure out the risers beforehand. It slowed us down on dress. I think it was. Was it dress that we added back in the risers, or?
It was just we had back in the risers.
Yeah, it was somewhere where it just took a little bit more time than I was hoping to get the risers back into place, and so it'd be nice to have that figured out by tech. Other than that, Jonah, on the topic of monitors, my take is that they are necessary for keys and bass, but the wood widths and strings were the right in front of me, so I didn't really need to boost them. We'll be able to refine it more next year. Yeah, for sure. Again, talk to the band directors next year. They'll get their stuff done. 3 more minutes, guys, for band questions. There's none in the anonymous feedback form. I don't think. There are none in the anonymous feedback form. There is no one typing in Slack either, so I'm going to move along. If you have any more comments, just put them in. Next, costumes and props director. So my first comment is this year we decided to switch from props and sets and having a costumes director to being costumes and props and having a set director. Jamie, switch the slide. This year it was it went super duper well, from my opinion. It had its ups and downs because of props and sets being separated, but generally they were working together to figure out. Also, some of the props they designed this year were freaking amazing. The paper airplane, the fronts on counters, the microwaves for Leos, the doors, the signs, everything. Ty has the first.
I just want to say I appreciate the change because it makes a lot more sense for the costume and props director, because like if they're designing your costume, then you're just like, oh, what am I wearing for this scene? And they're like, well, this is what you're wearing. These are your props, what you're wearing. It works a lot better, and
Yep.
I appreciate that change.
Yeah.
So Ty said he appreciated the change because costumes and props go hand in hand, and they can say this is what you're wearing, this is what you're holding, all at the same time.
Yeah. There was a reason the change was done. We wanted to try it this year and see what would be the upside and downsides. We also had ambitious goals for sets, which we didn't get to doing, but also we didn't have a place to store them, so I'm kind of happy we didn't get to doing. Some things that we did get to do this year was that little sign that's like a foldy sign. We have that. That is now a permanent prop of the musical. It's just a hinge with a string on it that you can put different signs on the front of to say, we are here. That was really well done. Again, I believe that belongs in the sets, but as far as props go, awesome. Comments from Slack. Doors from Juliana. Props were so good from Sam Brown. Spencer Carlisle, yeah, props this year were phenomenal in both quality and quantity. I would agree. Alex Miller, maybe a little bit of communication if props gets cut or aren't really being used because sometimes things were made and that they weren't needed.
Yes. Sarah says, yes, props at Costume Weekly meetup was amazing and productive. Nice to have a full list of the needs as well.
Yep. Chalkboard, chalkboard, chalkboard. List things that can fly up and hit the expensive sound light equipment would be nice. Yeah.
That was
so,
yeah.
The paper airplane incident were unfortunate. We are very, very happy that nothing ever broke from it, especially because we probably would have had to spend our entire donation fixing it. I would not advise making something like that for next year. Mostly because it is a danger to the theater, it is a danger to the actors, and it is most importantly a danger to the audience. Someone threw the paper airplane back down at the second show and it almost hit someone in the head. I was super duper worried because that would have probably been a lawsuit. Again, it didn't happen, so we're fine, but don't do it again. This goes kind of to the writing directors, to the main directors of next year, and to the costumes props. I honestly wasn't expecting a massive paper airplane. I was really hoping they'd throw like a little tiny dinky one that would just go. But the amazing, awesome big one was also super duper cool. So props to the person who made it. Wouldn't recommend it for future years.
Maddie says, huge love to Connor and his sets team for making killer sets.
Yeah.
I believe we have a set slide.
We have a set slide. Riley said, never noticed props and sets before, but there was such a good sense of humor, or such a good sense of scene throughout the musical. Yeah.
Marissa says, props and sets did a great job, and I really appreciated the directors constantly being on top of the alterations and changes at tech and dress rehearsal. Also, the sheet to determine whether cast or crew brought out the prop was awesome.
Yeah, that was sweet as well. Spell spell the correct Romanian next time. Don't know what that's in reference to.
There's Romanian on the Leo's board. Or
Ah.
not Leo's, Ollie's.
Okay. I don't know. Erdem, costumes were hilarious this year, but would be great if they could be finalized a little bit earlier. Yeah, I agree, Erdem. Again, we expected them to come a little bit later because of we were combining these roles for the first time this year, and they were also worrying about props when they were starting to worry about costumes, and so they had a bit more on their plate than they were expecting, I think. But it is a good comment for next year.
Sarah says, given what I understand with the last minute changes to prop sets costumes, they did an amazing job. I loved my costume, and the thought that they put into it was amazing. It really helped bring the character to life.
Erdem just said, I'm glad no one broke. Yeah, I'm glad that the plane didn't hurt anyone. Having props for stage crew to use to interact with the show is always very funny. The paper airplane and the Rito Street sign. Yeah, I really like the Rito Street sign. Constantine did a good job on that. The paper plane, great. Also terrifying though, because like every time it was about to get thrown, I could feel myself like locking into my seat in terror because I was worried that it would destroy something. So again, to consider for future years, be careful, you know.
Katie says, I love that each individual was messaged for a specific character costume coordination. I feel like that has gotten missed in the past with the forms that people forget to check. I also liked that dancer costumes were separate from cast because it made it so much easier to determine what we need to bring.
Sweet. Miriam, I still think prop sets should begin gathering as a team at the beginning of the school year instead of almost halfway through the year. Beginning is when people are most excited to get involved, and I feel like, yes, the outcome of this year was great, but there was a miscommunication for who needed what and if it was even going to be used. Yeah.
A point on this, they did plan on starting before reading week, I believe, but we had to replace one of the directors since one dropped, and that whole process kind of pushed things back, so they didn't end up starting until after reading
Yeah,
week.
one of our directors dropped, so we had to find a replacement, which ended up taking some time and some work because we didn't want to. Also, congrats to Isabel. You did a great job.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you. Yeah, we needed to find the right replacement for the job, and we did, which made me very happy. Hannah, costumes got really confusing at times. We all had to wear the same thing at the beginning, which wasn't communicated, so I was really confused. And by the time we got to the show, everything had changed, and we all looked different, which I felt like didn't work as well. I think there's a happy medium between uniformity and costumes for plot, and people getting to have personality infused into that, like Presley in a flight suit, Gettys in a blazer, Dummingham's white-collared shirt being Avengers, etc. Costumes didn't seem like they knew the characters and their whole deal, which is understandable considering how much they came out of people doing things and shaping them in rehearsal, but I think them knowing those sorts of things in the future would help to make more informed costume choices. Yeah, for sure. That's something to pass along to the next year.
Yeah.
It's difficult because costumes and props are not super duper involved in the writing or acting process generally. But yeah. Anyway.
Spencer says, for costumes to be more clear whether it's expected for people to buy some of their own or if the clothing will all be provided.
Definitely it's something that can be made more clear in the future. Generally, you shouldn't be expected to buy your own.
Yeah.
We may ask sometimes, but again, we apologize if that was not made clear. Hannah, also while we're in props, big sorry to Tio and Nick for hitting you with beer cans. Hannah, why are you so violent? Really funny though. Sorry for your hand, Nick. There's some more people typing, so we're just gonna wait. Any comments from the room? Sure.
I guess it's a follow-up to what Hannah was mentioning about costumes being confusing. I know I was assigned one particular thing for Ravens Racing, and I just spoke with them, and I was like, I don't feel like just wearing a full-on flight suit is really what Ravens Racing is about, and really easy to just negotiate and make it
Okay.
what you wanted it.
So Miriam just said that it's really easy to negotiate and figure out what you wanted with the costumes props. So that was nice. Colleen.
I know someone said earlier that they individually messaged people. If they were gonna do, I don't know if that was like a decision that they made, but if they were gonna do that, making sure they had kept track of everyone that message, because I know a lot of people had to contact them about what costume they were getting. So that was
Okay.
unfortunate.
Yeah, so just Colleen said keep track of who you've messaged to make sure that everyone gets reached so that people don't have to contact you back if they didn't get reached. Yeah, probably just going through a list of all the people would be good. Hopefully that can be done in future years. Ryan.
There was some confusion on the last scene with like the what's it called, the solo cups.
Yep.
And what was happening with them, and then yeah, just like more explicitly defined.
Okay, so there was some confusion with the solo cups. Yes, we understand that one. That one's partially on us because it was a party scene, so we just assumed that they would have solo cups, and then they're like, oh, we're taking it from someone, but they want them back, and we're like, well, we could have just gone and got solo cups if we'd known that we didn't have them for like actual just use and disposal. So that one's partially on us. Yeah, I don't, the confusion there, I don't know if you mean like as a logistics, like bringing them on standpoint or actually having them on the wings, but either way, that could have been solved by better communication from us to the cast.
Maddie says if Tate's not in the crowd or chat, he also apologizes for almost giving Nick a nosebleed. I think actually giving Nick a nosebleed happened
Yep.
at one point too.
Lahara smacks hurt. Francis, y'all had a lot of cardboard. Don't know where you got it, but you did amazing things with it.
The dumpsters behind Denny's.
What do you mean? The dumpsters are right there.
The dumpsters. In short, thanks for listening to my request for thick balloons. It made it all the more devastating. In general, you guys did a great job for keeping up with communication with cast, keeping us informed about costumes. So good job.
Riley says, I think more acting coaching should focus on props. A lot of times when people were holding cups, they got turned over. And when drinking from bottles, people were tipping them all the way upside down. Just a small thing that people probably didn't notice.
Yeah, that's a good point. Again, we don't usually get the props until either dress or tech. We had them early at tech this year, which was nice because it gave people a little bit more time for some of the props to fully understand what they were doing. In the future, again, instructing these people at earlier rehearsals that, hey, you're going to be holding a cup in this scene, or hey, you're going to be doing this in this scene, may be beneficial in order to inform them that, yeah, don't tip a cup upside down if it's supposed to have something in it.
Unfortunately, at points, we weren't even 100% sure what everyone was going to have, so it's
Also
hard
true.
to tell people exactly what they're doing.
Any other comments for costumes props? There's someone typing, so we shall wait. Probably give to about 12:05. Thank you. Nope, there is nothing in the feedback form.
So Eric Lacey says, one thing to be careful of in future years. I remember several years ago we got a stern message that we were not allowed to have labeled alcoholic items on set. There were a lot of cans on stage that had the full labels exposed.
So, Lacey, I don't know if costumes and props specifically talked to the theater, but I did. I actually asked them for permission to use labeled beer cans before the show. And they said they were cool with it so long as they didn't contain anything in them and liquid was not seen coming out of the cans, which is why all of them were empty this year. So in previous years, they'd used water inside of clear wine bottles or like tinted wine bottles to show alcohol. This year, I thought it was more easy to emphasize that it was alcohol by having the actual product with them being empty. And so I made that concern to the theater, and they're like, you know what? You can do that, so long as they're empty. Honestly, also the theater was a lot more understanding this year. We
Yeah,
didn't
they're
have a
cool.
concern with them. Anytime we passed something by them, they're very, very happy we passed it by them. So like an example was from director
Chips.
the chips and the ice cream cones in the VIP bags. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. That was dumb. But they were like, we have a vacuum, and as long as you clean it up, we're fine with it. And I'm like, awesome, great. So I spent the time after both shows vacuuming. I think Rachel did it the second show, so thank you to Rachel. Doesn't look like there's... Is there anything else for costumes and props?
There's someone typing.
Yeah, Prithvi's typing.
Prithvi says, I think they became a lot more understanding after Milk Daddy.
And we're
That's
moving on.
Probably fair.
Comments for sets. If there was something that wasn't mentioned in props and costumes, mention it here. Again, there's a lot of crossover here.
They really did work together most of the time.
Yeah.
So
Back when Paul and I were first considering this role, we were like, should we put 3 people in costume, props, and sets? We were considering fusing them into one, like, 3-person directorship. But we kind of figured out that, like, sets should be separate. We also want to thank Connor because he took a lot of notes during meetings, and he honestly got the image across very, very well. For a lot of the stuff we were asking. Like, I believe those table things on the front, those were super cool. If you didn't know, the McDonald's one flipped into the Leo's one. It had the candy on the back. And I was like, damn, this is sweet.
yeah, I didn't see any of the set pieces really until tech, so I'm not gonna lie, I was a little concerned. And then I saw everything come in, and every time I saw a new set piece, I was like, wow, that looks amazing.
That looks exactly like what we wanted.
Yeah, so that was a great time. Yeah.
One comment for future directors / sets directors. I have the thing that has been in the musical for a bunch of years. We didn't actually have a scene that used it this year. It may be a meme that dies off with the thing no longer being in the center of the quad. But if it is needed, please let me know. I have it. I'm currently fixing it because it's a little broke, but that's fine. Comments from the stream. Sets up top. Nice. So, that McDonald's M was lit. I don't know if you're talking about on the back.
I think the projector.
The projector
Oh,
one.
but maybe the thing too.
The little
Both
thing,
of them were good.
Both of them were awesome.
Yeah.
So like the one on the little sign was sweet, and the little cutout they made for the lights was hilarious.
Yeah.
Because we had the theater approach us as we were going through tech. They're like, "Yo, you want to do like a filter thing for the M?" And I'm like,
Yes.
"Of course I want to do a filter thing for the M. Who do you think I am?" And I handed it off, and I'm like, "Go do this." And they're like, "What do you want?" I'm like, "An M." And they're like, "An M, an M."
And the fact that it looked really bad made it
Even better.
Even better.
It looked like a Rito McDixell dream.
Yeah. Marissa says, "Great job, Connor. Your sets were awesome and easy to get on and off the stage."
Yes, that's a very, very good point. They were super duper light. They were lighter than I expected. I went over and lifted up some of the set pieces. I'm like, huh, this isn't heavy. I assumed it was heavy. Spencer Carleton, props and sets. Seems like y'all were really organized. Being in the wings, I saw some of your documents and pictures, and it seemed like you were really on top of things communicating with your stage crew. Well, heck yeah.
Nick says, "Tables were nice, solid construction."
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Who do you think I am, Andy? What the fuck? Anywho, Eric Williamson, rip the McDick sign being upside down in the Saturday show. That was hilarious.
Yeah,
It
I thought
kind
that
of
was
looked
funny.
like hell because it was upside down, and I'm like,
Sarah says, "I know we have very limited space in KMT for sets and props, but maybe finding a better storage place just so things don't get damaged, forgotten. CPRT car as an example. There was so much work put in."
Yeah, so, again, this is the same issue with band as it is with costumes, props, and sets. This year, I put forth a proposal the small proposal to CSES that we could use the office portion of the SGRC space as storage area. I couldn't implement it this year, but if people want to get into talks about it next year, I definitely think that space could be used if you invest a little bit of money in a lock cupboard with locks on the doors. You could have it for society storage. It makes sense to me. I don't know how you're gonna get it to fly with CSES, but I'd really like to see it happen at some point. Just something could get to work.
Spencer says the only iffy part was sometimes tables and stuff got away got in the way of dancers coming out of the wings, but mostly it was sorted out by the time of the final show. It's tricky.
It's tricky. It's something for future directors to consider at Musicality, I would say, is the best time. We weren't really thinking about that coming into Musicality. And then someone's like, where's the table in the scene? I'm like, fuck, where is the table in the scene? And I recommend having a firm set plan by then so that you know approximately where each thing is. Again, it's going to change as tech goes, and then you'll have to adapt on the day of dress/tech, but it's good to have a good idea. We started to get a little bit smoother as Musicality went on for like where the set pieces were, because I was like, Paul, we need to figure the fuck, where is it?
Yeah.
And Maddie, we need to convince Carleton that the musical needs an office for. Yeah, I agree. I tried to talk to CSES this year again. They were very, very receptive. It's just we couldn't get it to work in time. There's a lot going on this year that kind of got pushed to the back burner. You may also be able to negotiate with CUSA. Those discussions are probably harder, but they may have storage space that we could use. Who knows? It may also be worth looking into a storage facility. I don't know how much those cost, but again, it would take out of the donation we make to charity, so keep that in mind. Again, for future directors. Anything else for sets? We're gonna wait a few minutes. We've only been on this topic for like 3, so.
You can just say things out loud too if you're in the room. You don't have to necessarily type them, or you can type them if you want.
Do like beep beep and spread the set parts across different houses. No, beep beep's dead. He will never be alive again. Big sad.
Andy, don't cry.
I can't believe he got thrown off a parking garage.
Wait,
Yeah,
what happened to
he
me?
got thrown. He got thrown off the top of P9. For those who are unaware.
What?
Anywho, okay, there's a few people still typing, so we'll let them.
We'll only give it a couple more minutes and then move on.
What is dead may never die. True.
No, it should be beans.
Yeah.
I mean, sets was good, and there wasn't too much stuff that it was like hard to move around. And I didn't have anything that I broke this year.
Nice.
It was good.
Yeah, sets were good. They were easy to move around, and there isn't anything that he broke this year, and he has another point, or he at least looks like he does.
Whoever fixed the door handle for like both shows, thank you.
Whoever fixed the door handle for both shows.
Mention it, 'cause it was
Thanks.
fine.
Yeah.
Eric Williamson says, make sure props stay safe so we can have more prop costume callbacks next year.
Yeah, so some of the props get saved. Unfortunately, some of them don't. Again, it's kind of up to the discretion of the directors. It's difficult to make props and sets callbacks. And also, again, it depends on what the directors want to do. If they want the same props, they can have them. Francis also said the set directors set a good example. Nice pun. That's why you're a writing director.
Isabel says you're welcome for the door handles.
Spencer says sometimes it's just an issue of the crew not having enough time to remove the props before the song began to make sure timing is considered. Yeah, for sure. Again, it's difficult to know how quick something can get moved off stage and how much it can be out of the way before it gets moved off stage. So, again, something for future directors to think about. Anything else for sets directors? I'm checking the anonymous feedback form again. I'm once again asking for your anonymous feedback. Or feedback of any kind. Doesn't look like there's anything. We're going to move along. We still got a few to go through. So, media. This is Juliana. Something from us. Paul and I were a little bit last minute on a lot of our requests. We very greatly appreciate you. You put a lot of work in towards the end, especially because we totally forgot about like our director's note and like part of the program. So again, we appreciate you. No one probably even noticed that we were late because you were super on top of the ball and we got them all printed out and folded in time. So, incredible job done there. We wish we could have gotten more done to the website, but again, that's for future years to update. It's not being used too much currently. It may be worth considering even if we still want the website. But again, it's good to pass down.
Xavier?
The tickets this year were very well done, very well designed.
Yeah.
Xavier said the tickets were very well designed.
And I completely agree.
Yes.
I loved our design this year. Orange is like one of my fave colors, so like the fact that we were orange this year, I'm like, yes.
I don't know if this falls under media, but maybe it would be worthwhile printing off some pictures from this year's show and past year's show for the ticket selling slot up.
Yes.
The pictures are ugly and blurry.
That's something that's on our radar, and we are planning on doing. I don't know.
We are still planning on fixing that. We're not quite done yet, but if we don't get it done, we highly recommend to next year's directors to update the poster board that goes along with the ticket selling booth.
Yes.
Because it's outdated by a little bit, and by a little bit I mean a decent amount.
Yeah.
You could even have a different one each year. It might be worth also investigating for media director to get them either a sub-director or a co-director, because it is a lot of work. There's website, there's patches, there's playbills, there's tickets, there's posters, there's a bunch of stuff that this position does, and it's a very diverse set of roles. And again, Juliana did a great job, but that's because she worked really, really hard at it. And we had a lot of back and forth conversations that took place like on the day we were about to print something. We're like, fuck, let's make some edits. Yeah, thank you so much. Going through the comments, Ryan, the playbill was great. Miriam, we took photos of cast, but where did they go? They'll be somewhere. We'll find them soon.
The website didn't really get updated this year.
Again, we took photos. Website is hard. Again, it takes time to update, and I think that it should be a specific person that's in charge of the website. It might be worth looking into a website director and just having the media deal with all of like the playbills, tickets, posters, etc.
I believe Juliana did hire someone that she was expecting to do most of the website stuff, and not much really happened with that. So.
Yep.
Erdem says the playbills were amazing. I'm not sure if the sing-along is done every year, but it was a really good idea.
It is done a few years. It's been done for a few years. We chose to not do the last song this year because we felt like We Are Ravens Here was a better sing-along song. Because tomorrow is a Saturday. It's fucking crazy. And if people were trying to sing along, they'd be like, that's all I would have imagined. So
also, we would have needed an entire extra page on the playbill because it was long too.
Long song.
Riley says the tickets look dope.
Chandler, Valentines were glorious this year. Happy to see cast and band included. Yeah, I think I could deal without my Valentine ever existing though. I think that would be a good one.
Eric says, I was a little concerned with how late the Facebook page was updated, but overall it worked out pretty well. I actually had the banner sent to me quite a while before I updated the Facebook page, so that's kind of my bad. But yeah.
Oops. Poster board directorship is now open. Thank you. Again, up to next year's directors. On the note of poster board, one that doesn't cover people selling tickets and doesn't follow them when a rush of people walk by. Yeah, so in previous years, we've set it in front of the table because it's tall enough to lean up against the table. I don't know how it ended on the table, but you can also put it in front of the table. Revolutionary, I know, but it's again, something better could be made to have it be more of a presentable ticket booth that doesn't necessarily need to be a poster board. Like the things that were made for sets this year, like those things that sit in front of the tables. One of those would be great. I don't know how long those take to make, but that'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Juliana has the photos edited. Spencer, will photos from the show be posted to the Facebook page? Yeah, we're gonna make a massive collage once we have all the photos in. we're still trying to get photos from everywhere and everyone. Again, that drive that Tio posted will probably be, we'll take like a bunch of them and we'll just dump them on the Facebook page. We haven't done that yet because we've been busy.
Maddie says we should update the Facebook for each show if we don't continue the website. An album for each show where cast, crew, director, band, dance photos can be, as well as photos from rehearsals throughout the year and then photos from the show.
Yeah, you know what? That might be something we can work on right now, actually, with some of our directors that stay on, like film and stuff like that. Like, just have them work with us. Photographer, directorship. God damn it, Miriam. Musical Instagram. So
we have one. It is not active. It might be a good idea to post to it. I don't use Instagram that much, so neither does Andy. I understand the new generation uses it a lot, so that's definitely something to explore.
yeah, so neither Paul or I are too social media adept. So social media wasn't something we necessarily attempted to tackle the issue of this year. We were actually very, very impressed with the amount of tickets we sold despite our disadvantage at being social media adept. We just posted a bunch of memes and people tended to show up, which was good.
Also, on that note, thank you everybody for the memes. That was great.
Memes were good times. Can all y'all stop shit posting in here, please?
Yes.
This channel.
For a reason.
This channel is for official stuff. We will be freaking snapping. We won't be listening to these.
Ty?
Just on the topic of social media, I know I mentioned it to you guys on the day of the performance, but also mentioning that it is a stamp for flight suits
Yeah.
is very important for the first year engagement.
Yeah, so Ty mentioned that we should say that it's a stamp for first year engagement. Yeah, that's something we just completely forgot about this year. We were reminded right before the second show. Thanks, Ty. Yeah, that's something that should be mentioned for next year.
Yeah, agreed. It's a big pull for first years, and it should definitely be mentioned. I don't know why neither Paul or I was thinking about it really, but it's something you should definitely mention in the post. We started mentioning it as soon as you told us, and we're like, yeah, we should definitely mention that. It really needs to be active. We love pictures, yes. I think it'd be great to develop the media position to have a digital media director and a print media director to be able to cover all sorts of publication items as well. Yeah, for sure. Again, it's up to the directors next year, but I think that this is probably the part of the musical that needs to be updated the most, because Paul and I didn't take much action on it this year. There's a lot that can be done with this position that may need to get split up into different portions, like as I was saying, like a website director with a media director overseeing the website and like the social media director or something like that, just so all media is passed to the correct people and posted in the correct places. But again, that'd be something to investigate into future years.
Erdem says, bless you.
Okay. Juliana says, I'd also like to apologize about the website. It's unfortunate that I didn't get it done, but I would still love to do something with the work that has been put in for the website that didn't come to fruition. Yeah, Juliana, it's completely understandable. There's a lot of work on the media director, so
yeah, maybe
great
some
job.
of that stuff we can ship to the Facebook page or do something else with it. We'll figure something out.
Katie, oh.
Can I just stress something? I saw Katie is talking about the stamp. I was talking about for coming to the show, not for being part of the musical for a stamp.
Yeah,
That was
so
just-
Katie, Ty was saying that he was talking about the stamp as attending the show, not for auditioning. Katie said, honestly, the stamp thing can be backfire. You can get people to join just because they want a stamp, and then they'll end up dropping out, unless you mean a stamp just to come see the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
She edited her comment, so good proactive catch there, Katie.
Riley says, if media put in the weekly time that cast does, I think that they could get everything done in time. I think it just needs to be seen as a bigger commitment.
Yeah, that's also fair. But as you get closer and closer to the show, the demand gets higher and higher for that position. and keeping both the social media updated, as well as the Facebook updated, as well as the website updated, as well as the posters, tickets, and playbills all updated in those coming months into the show is very, very important. And I think that sharing the responsibility with someone else might be a good proactive way to solve it, so that it's, all the stress isn't on one person, especially if they're having an already busy month or something like that. Any other comments for media director? Ooh, we got 2 more things to the anonymous feedback form. So here's some feedback. People, hold on.
This isn't really related to this topic. Maybe it's something we can come back to.
We'll come back to this one at the end. Yeah. So this one also says that if the media put in a weekly time that the cast does, I don't think they can get everything done. They can get everything done in time. They do not need a website director. I would disagree with that point. There's a lot of work that needs to be done for both.
Yeah.
Again, it's up to next year's directors to determine if they need that. And actually, I'm gonna address this one.
Yeah,
now.
sure.
So,
But can I just make another comment on the
Yep.
thing? I think it's never a bad thing to hire an extra person to help you out. Like sure, maybe one person can do everything, but having 2 people, if it makes your life a lot easier, your life's a lot easier, and that's great.
So this comment says, people like Jordan Stump shouldn't just get a role because they feel entitled. He never goes to practice, and when he was left out of the musical, he said that the Stumps are the musical. It's obvious nepotism. Your opinion is valid. That is a fair assessment to have. We were approached by Jordan Stump this year saying that he would like a role in the musical that involves very little involvement as he works on both Saturdays and Sundays. We decided as directors to accommodate this role, not because the Stumps are the musical, but because we felt like he could make a comedic addition to the musical in the song Rito McDick's Hell Dream. Again, he does not need to be a part of the musical, but if the directors feel they want him as part of the musical, then I say go for it. Rachel, there should be more things prepped in advance when they have time in the beginning of the year, so that when it builds up, it's manageable, like a template of the playbill, the ticket, and some early photos made into memes that they could all be done in the first semester. Yep. Again, that's another way that they can go about it. It's up to future directors, but yeah, it's up to future directors. We decided to not do too much about it this year. Again, we're not very social media adept, so future directors can look into it. I agree with hiring more people, just not adding more directors. Sure, they could be people just working for the media director. That's fine by me as well. But again, it's a problem for next year's director. This year we decided not to do it. We obviously saw some stuff got crunched into the last half. I think that all the content that the media director produced was amazing. The posters were great, the tickets were awesome, and the playbill was amazing. Especially because it's partly our fault because we didn't give her a lot of notice, and even when we did, we were not always the quickest at replying as to what we wanted in certain things, and she did a great job.
Eric Lacey says, I think that it's worth looking at a website director, if only because the media director might not have a web dev skill set depending on what program they're from. Definitely valid.
Francis saying, with responding to the Jordan Stump one, the character was written before casting with regards to the last anonymous one. Yeah, so the character of the raccoon was written before casting. Something that was interesting in our decision, Francis, to hire Jordan for that role is that someone else could have played that role, but we felt that with the audition that he brought, he was the best person to play that role. He warned us that his time commitment, though, would be very, very minimal. We actually were hoping that he could be more involved in the musical because he actually has a very wonderful singing voice, which surprised me in interviews. If I'm going to be honest, and yeah, I think that I think that he was put into the role because we saw him best fitting there. As far as Hannah, as far as the website director, it's getting circular. Again, it's just going to get passed on to next year. We've heard the opinions about it. It's up to the next year's director to get it. as far as any other comments on the website director, we will not be taking them anymore. We will not be addressing them in the town hall chat. As far as Jordan Stumpf, we hired him for a reason. Again, next year directors can do as they see fit. There is another comment in the feedback form. I just think it's sort of inappropriate to write roles with specific people in mind. All roles should be auditionable, and people who don't audition should not be allowed to do the musical. He did audition, and he was not written with Jordan Stumpf in mind.
Yeah.
Is my statement on that. Again, we're going to be moving on from both of those topics. If you want to discuss them further, please let us know. Again, we can make a public statement or something like that into the Slack if you would like.
Juliana has a note to share about the Snapchat filter. Wants to say thanks to everyone for using it. We had 761 swipes, 335 uses, 11,500 views, and 44% usage. So those are all good numbers.
What is a swipe?
A swipe means you pass it when swiping through the filters. I think.
I don't know.
But the reason they track that statistic is so they have the uses there, which is 335, and the swipe, so the number of times that they pass it. So your percentage in use, which was the 44 there, tracks the number of times people used it to the number of times people pass by it.
That makes sense because those numbers are approximately 44%.
Yep. Again, I don't know much about social media, but I do know stuff about statistics. So.
Katie says also thank you for reminding us to use it. I think that's key because people forget.
Yeah, we were happy to include that in our little opening spiel as well. Again, we told people to not turn off their phones this year and that they could take pictures over Snapchat. People haven't done that before, but we're like, we want to see people use the filter, and the best time is during the show. So it's also good free advertisement for the show. With that being said, we're going to move on from media director because we spent some time here. So let's go. Makeup. Jamie. Makeup director, if you have any comments. My comments this year, very, very good job. I was concerned when a large team was hired, but it ended up refining itself down very, very well. So that made me very happy. I was really impressed with the fact that you went around before the show and the makeup began, like the actual doing of the makeup to get people's pigments and stuff like that. Again, I'm not a very makeup person, but I thought it was very, very well done.
Yeah.
Ernum says y'all were efficient as hell. Thanks for being so speedy. Yeah. Ty?
I just had a comment because on Friday, it was a bit disjointed because I was kind of confused on where to go.
Yeah.
Like just with the different stations, but on Saturday it was a bit more like a line, which made more sense. But yeah, I was just a little confused on where to go.
Sorry, before you respond, I'm just for the stream.
Yeah.
Ty was saying that for the Friday show, he was feeling a little disjointed, didn't always know where to go. Yeah.
So what I will say about that is it was really unfortunate that none of my team had showed up for dress rehearsal. That was when I was going to show them what they were going to be doing. And because then I had to teach them on the day of the show, it was just unfortunate that that's how that panned out. But I think all in all,
It still worked fine.
Yeah.
I was just
Just for the stream, Colleen said that it was unfortunate that her team could not show up for dress to be taught, so that before the show it was kind of her teaching as well as doing simultaneously. And in future years, again, hopefully that can get fixed.
Hannah says Colleen was fab and really involved in making sure everyone was allergy tested and color matched.
Allergy tested was super good as well. Super impressed with that. Everyone looked amazing, and we have you to thank, Colleen. Also great call on having a tutorial for anyone who was interested in learning from Hannah. Sam said everyone looked great. It seemed like a lot of care and consideration was put in. Eric said the team was awesome. Thank you for being gentle with my delicate face. Spencer said it seemed like each day the makeup got better. Y'all were great.
There's several
Ty
people
is smiling and
typing,
putting a
so-
thumbs up for all those people who cannot see. Colleen says, thanks, friends. Francis says, everyone looks amazing in the pictures. Yeah, they do. Maddie, really loved that team was utilized this year to make sure makeup was done quickly and smoothly. One note on the powder that was used. I'm not sure if it was the application itself or the powder, but the lightest touch on my face would remove the powder and show obvious marks. Not sure if that happened to others. Again, you can address that if you'd like.
So we did have we had a problem the first night with makeup sticking.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were sweaty when they came in, and so the base makeup was not sticking to the face, and powder would tend to kind of swipe it off. This was kind of avoided in the second show.
Okay, so the first show people were sweaty, and so therefore the makeup was not sticking and the powder would just fall off. This was mitigated in the second show, is kind of what Colleen said.
Katie Miller says, excellent in listing what was necessary for people to do. Great presentation. Even though I couldn't go to the little workshop, I read the presentation after and it was very helpful. I also appreciated getting makeup checked after I did it myself. It made it feel cohesive with everyone getting theirs done.
I'm going to check the anonymous feedback. To the person in the anonymous feedback, yes, he did. He did audition. Miriam, so much fun. Thank you for being flexible with me, for doing 50% of the makeup myself and 50% by the squad you had. I'm not sure if this was done this year, but for next year it might be beneficial to recommend tips for people to do, for people who decide to do their own makeup, as stage makeup varies slightly from everyday makeup, especially eyeshadow recommendations could be of help. If this was in the presentation, then I'm a goofball for forgetting to check. I'm sorry.
It was in the presentation.
Colleen said it was in the presentation, so, you know, that presentation's ideal. And Miriam tried to fire finger guns at Colleen, so aggression is being had. We're going to give about 5 more minutes for this. I'm going to check the anonymous feedback form again. Sure. There is nothing new in the anonymous feedback form.
Oh boy, that's a random.
So for Maddie's comment, once you read it, I have a.
Sorry,
Jesus Christ. Owen, stop memeing me, god damn it. Maddie said, for next year, definitely bring more makeup remover for tech.
So on that note, I did have it, but it was locked in the change room before we could start notes. I was going to bring it to notes, but by the time we ran out, it was already locked in the change room, so I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so it got locked in the change room in the process of locking the change rooms, and was going to bring it to notes, but it got locked. So, Colleen, sorry. Again. Okay, I don't know. Erdem, would it be possible for brushes to be cleaned between applications? No.
It's not possible.
It is not possible.
Yeah, we understand that it's not the most hygienic process, but unfortunately, it's not something that can be done without having a lot of drying time, and it's.
Okay, so yeah, Colleen says.
If people had allergies, we would have been more receptive.
Okay. Colleen says she understands it's not the most hygienic process, but in order for the brushes to dry, it would take a long time, or at least a lot more brushes. And she understands that it's not the ideal process, but because there was not any allergies, it was fine. I think we're gonna move along.
Yeah.
If you have more comments, we'll just tag them on to the next directors. We're gonna switch slides here. Stage director. Hold on. Just before we begin, stage director, Jessica Manberg. The assembly line was a really good idea. Like one person doing foundation, one doing contour, and another doing eyeshadow. Make the process really quick. Stage director, Ty.
I don't know if this was maybe like something that only I noticed, but it felt very crowded behind the stage. There were a lot of times where the stagehands were kind of just like standing in a line blocking the actors from getting on stage,
Okay.
and they were watching the scenes a lot of the time, which I get, like very hard when people have to like run around the stages and get into their cues when people are just standing
Yep.
in the way.
Okay, so Ty was saying that stage crew was blocking the way. A lot of the time, especially when actors are trying to get to their locations, especially when like it's a quick cue or something like that. We've seen this issue in previous years as well. It's difficult to mitigate because stage crew's hired fairly late, and I think that it should be included in the explanation in years after this one. I don't know if it can just be quickly stated that reminder cast has to get to their locations. It's more of a priority for cast to get to their locations than for you to see the show. But it's difficult as well.
Yeah.
Because there isn't much space back there, and we have a fairly large crew because of sweeping, because of moving tables, and because of other things. Yeah, Marissa, they are all told to be out of the way multiple times. So again, it's just their own personal conduct, and I kind of feel both sides of the argument here, because it'd be nice if they could get out of the way, but also they've definitely been told, but also they're trying to be out of the way, but there isn't much room to be out of the way. Like, the fault's really on no one, but it's unfortunate for all three parties.
Miriam says, thank you for asserting your stage dominance and being clear on feedback after tech rehearsal. Thank you again for being quick to recommend the mic room on stage right when I had 3 consecutive scene costume changes. Ryan?
There was a bit of a mix-up with microphones, at least with, like, I was trying to tell the stage, like, hey, you need microphones here. I don't know if this just wasn't communicated.
Yeah, so Ryan was asking about a confusion with microphones. He was trying to tell the stage that certain microphones were needed in certain places, and then they weren't there. Again, that type of communication is tough because it's happening very, very late in the process. It should be manageable, though. It probably was just a confusion with where they were supposed to be for certain scenes.
And one thing I want to say about that, we were figuring out who would be holding which mic during tech rehearsal. And so I was sitting with the dance directors and the vocal directors, and we didn't necessarily always know what side the microphone would end up on. So when we were deciding who would be holding the microphones, it was more just like who has the opportunity to hand off microphones, and we didn't really take into account if they'd be leaving the same side they'd be coming on.
Yeah.
So I think that might have...
It's something that's very, very difficult to track as well, because like you're writing the songs and dance does the choreo, and then you're determining who has the mics, and then an entire scene passes, and then the next song is approaching, and it's like, which side are the mics on, and how do we get them to the other side? Who's doing that running of the mics? And so I don't know who would do that, but it should definitely be considered. Marissa said the beanbag was for the gamer pad scene at Miriam.
That's not the one I'm referring to.
Apparently there was a different...
Okay, so...
Sorry, can I just clarify? Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I remember like using the mic room, and like that was fine, and it was very convenient and useful. But like, people who were backstage during the show knew that I was using that like room, and it's really hard to like squeeze in through the door if like this big like beanbag is just blocking the whole like door swing.
And you're sure it wasn't for the gamer pad scene?
Yes, it wasn't the one for the gamer
Okay,
scene.
so
It was
then,
just people lounging like there from backstage.
Okay,
during the show.
so Miriam was saying that there was people lounging behind the door for the mic room on stage right in a beanbag, large beanbag thing. Okay, yeah, so again, just a reminder for stage that they shouldn't be blocking the way of actors, because it's the priority to get them ready and back on the stage. And it's difficult to pass that along, but it could have been moved after scene 6, sorry. Again, you're reading the answers there, so.
Yeah. Sarah says, another note to stagehands. I felt like they were chatting, joking, and not always being completely quiet, which is pretty stressful when you're wearing a mic around them. Yeah, Marissa.
Yeah,
has seen that
Marissa,
comment.
again, we can't really hold you super accountable for it. Like, people unfortunately,
We can say it as many times, but
yeah.
after this.
Marissa made a reply on that saying there's only so many times that she can manage them, and we completely understand that. People can be people sometimes. The amount of, times you can tell someone to be quiet is only so many before. Anywho.
Jordan says having documents for stage crew to know what is going on, when, and where was useful for crew to try and keep track of everything.
Yeah.
That was good.
That's good. Hannah, Marissa, thank you for helping costumes, props, sets, directors for putting everything together and helping us organize everything we need at both tech and dress rehearsals. Yeah, honestly, a comment for stage directors, or stage director, I was super duper happy with how stuff was brought on in a timely manner. Like, it was oftentimes, it was on, it was ready to go, and then we were just waiting for, like, the fun bit of the music to finish before we turned the lights back on for the scene, which made a lot of fun.
Owen says, I'm not sure if this applies here, but I'm not sure if the costume-specific props were in any of your documents. There was some confusion where Nick and I had our notebooks put aside in a random location instead of placed with the other props, and this caused some problems when trying to find them quickly in between scenes. That would have been nice if there wasn't confusion, but there's a lot going on. I don't know if they were in the document or not, but...
Okay, Nicholas Verk, thank you for helping me with any concerns I had with set placement and all the side stuff, dying battery, me placing things on the wrong side of stage, reserving seats for my mom, helping me buy tickets 2 minutes before the show, Tio's calculator, which I definitely did not lose. Yeah, that's nice. And Marissa said she'll add that to report. Thanks, Owen. I'm assuming there's people typing, so we'll wait for them. Any comments from the room? Any comments from the anonymous feedback forum? All right, no. Yeah. We'd love to say that there is one. We currently don't have one planned.
Maybe before platforms we'll give 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, we'll probably give 10 minutes because we'll also be figuring out our own stuff for director stuff. We're also almost done. Yeah. Yeah. You may snack in this room. Okay. Okay. Francis, apart from their unionization due to poor wages and a lack of dental insurance, the stage crew all generally seemed to know what to do, and all props and sets were put in their proper place. There was good planning put into it, and the execution worked. Whenever I was paying attention, I also feel the handheld mic handoffs were better planned than in previous years. Yeah. So the handoffs on stage were good, as well as handing them off to the correct people were also very, very good. Please don't unionize. I don't know if you know exactly what that means, but don't do it. You're not paid, so you technically can't. But even as a joke, keep it's fine this year. But anywho, that's my entire comment on it. It was good because it was a joke, but as long as it isn't taken seriously, I don't care. Anything else? Stage. Seeing nothing, we're gonna move along. If you have anything else, let us know. Tech. This is Simon. Yeah.
He was really helpful this year with the mics, super duper helpful. It was awesome to have him every single time just help me get my mics on and off.
Yep.
I recognize it's not his job to put tape on my face, but God, is that helpful.
Yeah. Ty was saying that Simon did a great job in helping him with his mic. He loved the assistance as well as even having someone put tape on his face. It was good. He knows that it's not inside your really job description, but it's good. Something I have a comment for tech director, Simon, bless your soul. You made the tech rehearsal run so quickly. The communication you and I had for about 2 hours where we were just talking back and forth. I don't know if you're out there, but man, you're appreciated. Holy crap.
He said hi.
Hi, Simon. You're great. Thanks.
Rachel says love the rainbow lights. Miriam says Dude, thanks, dude.
Marissa says, tech rehearsal was incredible. Thank you so much. And I second that because, like, man, I was so quick. I was able to give people a break, a much needed break. And then, you know. Yeah. Mick lights were perfect from Francis.
Nick says, thanks for running to save my dying mic. Oh, and the sweet light shows. Eric Lacey says, just wanted to thank you for the help with problems getting the audio from the booth. Thanks to problems with their Mac-based systems.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that was also really, really good because generally we run the audio into a file and it wasn't necessarily working, so we found a workaround. That was really well coordinated, considering that, like, we were barely late to starting dress and we had to do that entire thing before it. That made me very, very happy. Hannah, whatever prep work happened to make tech go so smooth, thank you, and keep doing that. Yeah, so the prep work, Simon made a tech note document of the entire script. We reviewed it beforehand. It was missing, I think, 1 or 2 cues, and then we were also late on submitting our sound cues, and we appreciate Simon's diligence in getting those to work properly during the intermission breaks, as well as for, like, the lightning for Rito Mictix and the rats for
Sarah Koenig.
Yeah, and the Sarah Koenig ringtone. That was very, very good as well. So we appreciate his flexibility.
Miriam says, I appreciate you asking me for help on cues and small blocking things you needed clarification on in the script before tech day even started. Thank God I remembered blocking for the things I'm not even in.
Sweet. Yeah. Man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, so am
I know. But most of these people are at home. Okay, we're gonna give about 2 more minutes for tech stuff. Again, huge thank you, Simon. You did great.
Katie Miller says, you're always very specific with feedback and what you require from cast crew. Keep on keeping on, you fantastic boy. Andy, sanitize your hands.
I'm coughing into my sleeve. I'm gonna probably run this jacket through the wash afterwards, because, you know.
Ryan.
Feedback, was that something that was handled mainly in, like, the director with, and I mean, like, feedback, like the mic feedback?
Feedback in the notes parts, like after.
Yeah. Also, the feedback on stage can't really be helped. Usually, so something that happened that you may or may not have heard of. He tried to ring out the mics before the show, and then ringing out means he sets one in the center and he goes through all the frequencies and he tries to figure out which ones will cause rings. And then he accidentally deleted the file that had the ringing out done, so he was kind of doing it from scratch in the middle of tech and then kind of through dress. So yeah, it got figured out for the shows, but, like, you know, Ty, you had a point? Never mind. Okay. Anything else? Nothing? We're gonna move on. Film director. I thought the promo video was hilarious.
Hold on.
Oh, we have a response in the feedback form.
Nope, we don't.
Okay, that feedback is not the feedback we're looking for, but thank you. Okay, so film director, the promo video was great. Yeah, we got a rogue comment about this, but it never really ended up being something, so we're not going to worry about that too much. Eric Lacey, we see you out there. We're hoping to have a video done by the end of the summer. Paul and I will be checking in with you every 2 weeks or so to kind of see how it's going. We don't need you to start working on it until you're not busy with exams or other things, but just letting you know, we will be talking to you like soon-ish, probably in about a month.
Eric, are you done?
One more thing.
Yeah.
Also, it was unfortunate it took us so long to figure out what we were going to do for the promo video, but thank you for your quick quick work on that.
Eric Williamson says, good job editing that promo out and getting that top-notch editing done. Big thanks goes out to Etienne for doing some of the VFX. That was really cool. Ryan Dempsey says, the Grievous effect was nutty, so good. I believe that was Etienne, so congrats. Miriam says, protect the film files. Also, the trailer had me peeing.
Erdem, the editing was ridiculously good for the promo.
Hannah says, promo video was fun. Totally understanding wanting cast input, but I feel like there was a lot of non-productive time that could have been avoided by having a vision up front.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that. That rehearsal was a bit of a mess, but that was the rehearsal where half the cast was at Heads Day anyways, and rehearsal was gonna kind of be a bit of a mess anyways. Could have been more efficient, but yeah.
Riley, really hoping we could find a way to hold film directors more accountable. Don't know what that would look like. There's also some replies. Not talking about Eric All, by the way. Still waiting on Michael Mia. Yeah. I mean, like, the accountability kind of falls to whoever's in charge of. Again, it's a difficult role that should kind of have a way of working in between 2 years, because it's my opinion that it shouldn't take longer than a summer to edit the whole thing, because you're matching up vocal cues with video cues. But we understand that it can take more time, because, life is hard. Things take up time. But yeah, we hope to find some way at some point for film directors to be accountable for their work.
Katie says, I think we needed more heads up to plan the promo. There was a lot of wasted time on the day, but the actual filming was bueno, and you had a specific vision that you were good at communicating with the actors in the promo.
Yeah, for sure, Katie. Again, this was something Paul and I also kind of forgot about, and then we remembered it, and we're like, fuck, we gotta do this. What's something we can do as a theme? And then we talked about it for 2 weeks, and nothing ended up getting done, and we're like, we're just gonna do it. So that's why the plan was not all well together. Yes, Andrew.
Will we be getting updates on how film is progressing with the editing of the video? Because it was a surprise when we all of a sudden got legally to the end. I know that's not under what you guys are doing.
We can give you updates if you'd like. Again, Eric, Lacey, you can talk about that. But yeah, we will try. Again, my goal is to have it done by the end of the summer, and I'm going to be working closely with Eric Lacey if he needs anything or any help. I'm not very good at video editing, but I can learn. I'm good at learning. So
we probably won't be giving updates like, oh, the first quarter of it's done, or like, but we might be able to provide, yeah.
Eric said, please God, start the movie ASAP. Speaking from experience, it's really hard to get back into it after putting it on the back burner for an extended period of time. Yeah, also true. Eric says his only comments for how this year went is something that the directors are already aware of and will be within my transit report. The place where we get free KMS from Algonquin College through their student rental service. Unfortunately, Rent a Place cannot rent equipment to any non-IMD students, just based on their policies. It actually only IMDs who can rent. Not even the other BIT students can get away with it, which was the source of the problems Eric Williamson ran into as the film director last year. So for future years, there needs to be at least someone involved from IMD. Future directors can figure out how they want to manage that, but, if we're going to be using the same place to get all our film stuff from, that's something that future directors need to think about.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Architecture students also have a pool on campus in the art building where also, only architecture students can take out cameras, but I guess that's also something to consider. I mean, design students sometimes have these benefits, so that's also another option. If it's like, oh, people will submit for an application to be film director and they're not IMD, so.
Yes, for sure. I wouldn't advise future directors to limit their applications for this on IMD. I'd advise doing it on the strength of the people. but it's definitely something to figure out if you can't figure it out through this program at Algonquin. Miriam was saying that architecture students have access to a similar service. That's something else to keep in mind.
Another thing is the film director themselves don't necessarily have to be IMD. If one of the other people participating in the musical is IMD, they can help get the cameras for the film director.
Okay.
Juliana says, I know in the past we did meet with the dancers video, and I think this is a good idea to consider in the future for the cast dancers band. I think it falls in line with some of the comments about advertising throughout the year on social media. Nothing major, but some goofy shots as people are in rehearsals could maybe be added throughout the year.
And Jonah said, do I hear a band feature? Yeah, other than that, we don't have any other comments for film. Checking the feedback.
The band promo video from Walt Engie, I think it was, is one of my favorite videos of all time. So, yeah, I think that should happen.
So there is a anonymous feedback form response. Film director, one person I tried to convince to go see the promo video and said it made them not want to go. I had to convince them that the actual musical was not like that. This, I think, more of a them problem because they aren't that memey, but we should consider that some people have negative reactions to this kind of abstract marketing, and perhaps having a more informative promo in addition to this might be good for advertising. Yeah, something definitely for future directors to consider, because, you know, people react differently to different types of media. I think that having both meme interaction for the people who are interested in that, as well as very formal interaction with our social media could be good. But again, I don't know that much about social media. I was putting forward what the people in these roles thought was their best foot forward. Ty has a comment on that.
While I thought that the promo video was funny, I didn't think it really related to the musical kind of at all, which I can understand from like an outsider perspective might confuse them as to what the musical would actually be about. And if they saw that and they're like, oh, this is going to be what they go, it might give them a little bit of confusion.
Okay. Yeah, so Ty was saying that he doesn't think that the promo video was kind of about what the musical was about, and it could cause some confusion for people outside the musicals who see the video and are like, oh, that's something I want to go see, and then they go see it, they're like, that's not what this was about at all, or the opposite way.
I think the promo video has to be planned earlier. A big problem this year was that we kind of were like, yeah, we need to do a promo, and then we were trying to come up with ideas, and we still didn't really have any good ideas when we went to film the promo. So it was showing up on the day of like still coming up with ideas, and that was too late for that.
Anything else for film director? I'm seeing, yep.
Just to follow up, I guess, on that subject matter of the promo video being planned earlier on, maybe it's something that could be collabed with writing directors as they're writing the script so we know what the plot is, and if there's a way that they can sort of summarize an idea for that trailer, it might make things easier to sort of put together throughout the year once cast is determined.
Okay, so Miriam suggested having the writing team contribute to the ideas for the promo video. I think that's good.
So I'm not seeing any more comments for film directors. So that's all of our director commentary. We're going to have that recorded and set somewhere. After this, we're going to announce our approximate donation amount, and then we're going to follow that by a quick 15-minute break until 1:15. So that people can go get snacks and foods. After this break, there will be presentations from people running for director this year. And before that, Paul and I will be describing how the voting procedure is going to work. During this break, if you could please send any proxies you may have to Paul or I through Slack, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you all for your patience so far. It has been a great town hall. See you all at 1:15. But before we go, our donation amount was $6,400. So that's pretty good. Again, it's not exact. Haven't made the donation yet. We'll be doing that later this month.
It's a few dollars less, but it's a nice round number.
Will it be a big giant check?
No.
No.
It's going to be an online
Big giant
donation.
checks cost money. And that means less donation.
Can't we make one?
Yeah, can we?
I mean, we could.
We
but
could.
Like,
Just make one year would be so fun to bring it out on
Maddie
stage
has a
for the last
question.
thing.
Yeah.
That would be so
general
fun.
comments. So, Maddie, general comments could have been done at the start, but if you'd like to make some now, I'm gonna stick in this room, so I can kind of address those. And we're gonna go on break till 1:15.
3,265 words. That's all. That's all.
Oh, jeez.
Did you say 2,000?
3,000.
3,000.
Writing teams are collabs, so just a reminder, guys, to keep this room quiet because I'm still streaming. So
We're going.
yes.
Your dollar pays for 2 words in town hall. I forgot everything I said.
Yeah, for sure, Juliana. That's very true.
I was gonna mute the mic and make it grab the mic for this. Just grab the sandwich.
Did you read the chat about Hannah's freak out?
I'd like to remind you that this is still live. So
Oh yeah, but how
The
it
forks?
worked, yeah.
Maybe if this is still live, just maybe go somewhere else.
Also, if for any reason you want to mute it, you can just click that little red button. on
There is a mute button on the microphone.
I'm gonna read it. Hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream. We're here streaming Town Hall. We're gonna get started in like 2-ish minutes. I'm gonna address Maddie's comment before we begin here. We're also gonna wait for some of the new director groups that are going for it to come back in. Maddie, okay, sorry I was a bit late to my main comment was for cast chorus. Being in a timely manner when getting off the stage/side of the stairs. There were multiple times when chorus was trying to get backstage after finishing the song, and that would have moved quickly enough in half the chorus getting stuck trying to get off the stage. During dress rehearsal, the lights came back up even while we were still not backstage. I know this is a smaller thing, but for next year's director reminder. Yeah, that's a sweet comment, Maddie. Also for next time you have a comment like that, if you tell it to us while it's going on, we can actually work to solve that problem before shows. I don't know if it was just on like the Saturday show or something like that and you want to talk about it, but like if it's happening during dress or even tech, you can bring that concern back up to us and we'll be happy to address it at notes or something like that. And for probable future directors, it's the same thing. Generally bringing up concerns is better than leaving them in your head, so just tell your people. I'm currently not seeing any proxy forms. Reminder that if you have one, it just needs to be a written note of consent from the person saying, I give this person my vote, or I give this person to vote on behalf of me. The way that'll work is that whatever you vote for, they will also vote for. Again, this is difficult to keep track of, but we're going to do our best, which means after the votes have taken place, it may take more time than we hope to count the votes, but promise you that we will do it in a fair way. Also, to all of you who may not see the earlier comments, this will remain anonymous from the chosen directors because we will be deleting the Google form after we have counted all the results from it. Again, this is because usually this is taken anonymously and the directors never know how many voted for them / who voted for them. We do require your name. This is just to check that you're part of the musical. We'll be doing this through the Slack in some way. It also requires a Gmail account. If you do not have one of those, get one. You probably should have one. Or fill out a proxy form for someone else to do your vote for you. With that being said, we are going to be moving on to platforms now. These group of directors were chosen in a random order, and they're just going to come up and present their points. The groups are... Can you move to the next slide? Andrew and Ryan, Colleen and Adam, and Ty and Xavier. Each of these groups will have 5 minutes to present. They are on a slide. They have a slide that presents all their platform points. I'll give you a little bit of... What? Okay, I'll give you a bit of time to read those before they will come up and give their presentation. The presentations will be timed. They'll be standing about where I am, but I will cut them off if they go over those 5 minutes. Do all the candidates understand?
Questions will happen at the end, and questions have to be directed to all 3 groups.
Yeah, the questions need to be applicable for all 3 groups. If you have any questions about the procedure, message the town hall. We'll have a period for questions at the end. Yes, Ty.
Are you just personally timing it, or is it going to be a time?
Huh?
Is there going to be can we see the timer, or are you just going to have it?
I'm going to personally time it on a timer, and I will be giving you as many warnings as you would like.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you write it on the board and be like 3 minutes off each time?
Fuck off. I was asked if I could write it on the board and be 3 minutes off each time I write down the time. No, I'm good, thanks. Which Ryan is the one running for director? Ryan Campbell. If you want last names, Andrew Moffat, Ryan Campbell, Colleen McGuckin, Adam Dublin, Ty Russell, and Xavier Buchanan. I know my people. I know my people.
Is my last name spelled with 1 or 2 L's?
It's spelled with 2 L's. How many T's in his last name?
My last name.
1. There's 1 T. There's 2 F's, an A, an O, and an M. You shouldn't even try me. I mean, I can. I can spell your last name. Anywho, we're going to get this underway, so if Andrew and Ryan, if you would like to come up. Okay. You're going to be speaking into this mic here. Their platforms are as follows. The next slide after this one. So this is their platform. I'll give them some time to announce it, but you can give it a read for a few seconds beforehand. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes. I'll tell you when it's starting. Are you guys ready to go? Remember that this is the mic that's picking up, so speak loud enough for it to hear you.
Okay. No way somehow.
Are you guys ready?
As ready as we'll ever be, I guess.
3, 2, 1, go.
Well, thanks to Andy for this wonderful introduction. If for some reason you didn't figure that out, I'm Andrew.
I'm Ryan.
And we're running for musical directors. Yay! Clap. I've been involved in musicals for, 5 years now. I love them so much, and when I realized, the opportunity to run for director, that'd be pretty cool, because I've had so many directors in my life that have, really affected me, so I'd love to have the opportunity to do that for someone else, even if it's in a small way.
Mine's kind of a similar thing. I love the musical, been with it 2 years as cast. It's lots of fun. I love planning stuff. I do that mainly outside the musical right now with CSOC, CSES, that type of thing. But I really do like the musical, everything that we do here. So being able to help more with that would be awesome.
So as some of our things that we are looking to do as directors next year, we're looking to increase the musical promotion and exposure, update the ticket sales booth, and kind of look at where we sell things, because if everyone who has done ticket sales have noticed, we never sell anything in UC. So I wonder if we'll look into somewhere better than that. And then we're going to go back as well so that was a very forward in time thing. Now we're going to go back in time to auditions, where I had heard from a few people that the time commitment in terms of hours per week was not stressed enough. I'd like to really make sure that they know, because I think that was an issue with people attending, was they didn't realize how much time they actually had to put in to the show to make the show great for everyone. And I want to make sure the show is great for everyone.
Along with that, just making sure that the people are actually showing up, that we see the people showing up. If they're not showing up, being like, oh, hey, where were you? This probably happens behind the scenes, not brought forward much, so it's hard to tell. Next point would be bringing back the bonding experiences. They were really fun last year. It's also kind of weird when you get to musicality and you're like, hi, I've never seen you guys before, what's up? So just being able to know who the band are, dancers you see sometimes because they mesh with the musical a bit. But just making sure that everyone in the musical knows each other to a degree. On top of that as well, the video release, such as the Legally See Eng, was released this year, but it was kind of just out of nowhere. We'd like for this to just kind of have more hey guys, progress on this is it's coming along, it should be released then. As well as making it easier for the film director, just to make it easier on him to limit the amount of footage he has, or just to set up an editing standard that will allow him to go through it faster, him or her.
We're also going to kind of look at changing how the timing of cast, dance, and band rehearsal works so that they can mesh better together, because currently they're all very separate and we just jam them together at musicality. We'd like to look at how we can make it so that it's more of an organic process, that it all kind of blends together over time versus 3 streams that go BAP! And in addition to that, props. We've got lots of cool little props. We'd like one big one, because levels. I like vertical levels. That's cool.
In addition to that, you need somewhere to store this very big one prop, and that goes on to a storage location, as was mentioned earlier in one of the comments, which was an area for musical to store things, or it said as an office, but just somewhere that things can be placed for the musical. As well, making sure that the importance for practicing outside of the rehearsal is stressed as well, because a lot of the time it seems as if some people just show up and they're like, oh hey, it's been a week, I don't remember what we learned. So just making sure that it's reiterated that hey, everyone knows what we're supposed to be on top of, and we're doing that, and going from there.
Yeah. So, do we have anything else?
I don't think so.
Yeet.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So I just had a request to send in the platforms to the chat, so I'm going to do that quickly, and then I will be back. Sorry guys, I forgot to do that earlier. I have a document that describes all of them, so give me 2 moments. For those in the stream, the document I just shared to Town Hall is the document that contains their platforms. It is the bullet points of the presentation, followed by their entire platform. These are the things they've sent me themselves. They've not been modified in any way except for formatting to keep them consistent. And, you know, take a look. These are things that they're looking to implement in their directorship next year, so yeah. So next up is Colleen and Adam. Just so you guys know, I give 3 minute, 1 minute, and then I'll give a 10-second countdown if you're getting close.
Cool. We'll probably get there.
Do you guys need anything else? Are you good to go?
I think we're good to go.
Yep.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Colleen.
I'm Adam.
And we're running for the directors for next year's musical. We hope to use our expertise to help next year's musical be an amazing one.
So we have a lot of different experience. I was a band member for 2 years, and a band director for 2 years. I also have experience with tech and stage outside of the stage musical, including being the sound technician for an amateur production of Into the Woods.
I was lead in Waltenji, dance director in Michael Mia, dancer in Legally Sienge, and then chorus, dance, and makeup director this year. I've also been a lead in 3 productions in high school, and I was also choreographer for one of those productions.
So to start off, the things we like to maintain from this year. We like to maintain the main characters are written gender neutral, so the best person for the role is selected.
We'd also like to bring back Chorus Day. Very important to us.
And also this year's balance of humor. The inside jokes and the more applicable universal humor make sure that everybody in the audience really enjoyed the show.
Also, one thing we'd really like to bring back from this year that's new is sub-director interviews, because we can't tell everyone just from a form.
So our first big platform point is understudies. We want to have a designated understudy for each lead role.
So the understudies will play the lead's part if the lead's not in attendance at rehearsal, unless they're already playing another role in that scene.
And the understudies won't be asked to memorize the entire role. They won't be told at dress rehearsal, oh, by the way, you're playing the lead during the show. This is more they'll be familiar with the role, and if we need to have someone replace that lead, they'll be asked to step in. So they're already there, they're already familiar with it.
Yeah, and for having issues with the lead's attendance or performance, we would be having a meeting with them in private to discuss what is expected of them, and if they still are not meeting those expectations, that's when we would bring in the replacement, so no one is blindsided by just being replaced.
And also, the understudy will be an option on the cast audition form, so people can check whether or not they're interested for it or not.
Okay, so for sub-director collaboration, we really want to do regular scheduled monthly meetings. Example, like on the first Saturday of every month. Just because in previous years, it's hard to find a day when everyone is available, so having them regularly scheduled will keep that from needing to happen.
Another thing I'd like to do is more specific sub-director meetings. So these are for things that can be done in advance to maximize our rehearsal time. One example of this is vocal cues and transitions between the band and cast. Often ends up taking place during band rehearsals or musicality. I like to sit down with the vocal and band directors and get everything figured out. So it's just a matter of teaching it to the individual groups instead of figuring out what we're doing on the fly.
We'd also like to use facilitative leadership for the sub-directors so that they feel comfortable reporting to us if things are running behind schedule. We would prefer to know just so that we can help you out if we can help them out if there's anything that they need help with.
Next up, accountability. So we're going to ask members to fill in a check-in survey a couple times during the year. We feel that the existing anonymous feedback form is underused because people, when they hear anonymous feedback form, think this is for something serious. We want to hear absolutely anything on this check-in form, so we can hear those little things that could be improved that often get brought up at town hall, but hear them during the year and then put them during the year.
Also, we would like to present progress on our platform points at directors' meetings and a final report at town hall, as well as our year's expenses and income. I think that would be a cool thing to do.
Another thing we'd like to do is better incorporate our writing team, including after the summer. So we want to invite them to the run-throughs of their scenes and ask for their feedback. So for example, there's a reference that someone's not saying quite right, they let us know. Or if they had an idea for a certain way they want a character to act during that scene, they let us know.
Also include we'd like to ask them to include any blocking ideas that they may have when they're writing the script, and just kind of write that into the script, or maybe tell us when they get there.
And finally, more bonding events starting earlier in the year. Very often bonding is later in the year because we want to make sure everyone's included. We say why not have multiple events. One early in the year for the cast, band, dance cast early, and then we have one later on in the year when everybody's here.
And of course, on the topic of bonding, we all want to bring back Ollie's Night. It's a fan favorite, so we'd really like to make sure that can happen.
So to conclude, we bring a lot of experience. We have experience in almost every area of this musical. We've been a sub-director 2 years each and have been a part of 4 stage musicals as well. So we believe that, and we have a strong vision for this musical, and we think we'd be a great director's team. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Yes. And up next is Ty and Xavier. Are you guys also good with a 3, 1, followed by a 10-second countdown? Yeah.
Sure. Why not? My brain keeps repeating the words, "It's gamer time" right now, and I don't know why, but...
All right. You will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, I am Ty.
I'm Xavier.
And we're looking to become the directors for next year's CNG musical.
So some of my experience, I've been in the musical for 3 years now. My past 2 years have been as the lead's vocal director, and my first year was as, most notably, Jeffrey Wienerslave in the first year's musical. So I also have experience from high school. I was in my school's drama club. I've directed multiple plays, and I was the drama president in high school, and I've also been part of multiple playwriting workshops in Toronto.
I've been part of the musical for the past 3 years just as an actor, but all throughout high school I was very involved with my school's drama department, and I was also part of a theater school where I worked with a bunch of other young adults to produce shows. We produced 2 shows together, and we kind of wrote the whole script and wrote the show and the characters and stuff, kind of workshopped them together, so I have a good idea of what goes into sort of the nuts and bolts of everything. Just moving into kind of our general topics here, we want to stress that we want to have like a really good show, and we're also not afraid when we're picking forward with a theme. We're not afraid of going for a more difficult show. Whether that be in acting or music, we want to make sure that it's fun, and if it feels right, then we're totally down with the challenge.
Also, we really want to stress learning lines and learning cues, making sure that people are on top of their stuff, just so that we can get that out of the way earlier, and then we can work on characters and stuff. If that means sitting in a room with just the 2 of us and going over your lines, then that's something that we need to do.
We also want to have open communication. It is something I always stress. Communication is super, super important. So if you have any problems at any point, we want to hear about it, because it's better to hear about it sooner rather than later, so that we can tackle it, and then things can be good after that. Also as well, I'm a big believer in constructive criticism, and I hope that there can be a good give and take in terms of what you feel like is working well, and we will tell you what we feel like is working well or not working well, so that we can work towards a better show.
Also, we want to implement a practice or / rehearsal with yelling and like throwing and stuff, so that people are more accustomed to that, especially for first years who have never gone through the musical before.
Just so that like when it comes to the actual show day, when there are drunk people in the audience, you are not super surprised, and you can actually deliver your lines with all their glory.
In terms of our directing styles, when it comes to blocking and that kind of stuff, we really want to have plans laid out, so that we're not just doing things off the fly, but we'll definitely take people's opinions as we go through.
And also, we want to encourage people to develop their characters. If you are going to be this person for like 6 or 7 months, we want to make sure that like you have a good understanding of their motivations, their desires, and what they're doing, so this person that you're acting as can really become its own sort of thing and really develop into something cool.
In terms of sub-directors, we want to implement auditions / interviews, just so that we can make sure that you know what you're doing. So dance, vocals, like we would have auditions and then interviews for other positions as well.
In terms of attendance, we're keeping with kind of like the strike policy, and we're really stressing like the importance of rehearsals, and as well for dance rehearsals. There has been some issues in the past where just people don't show up to dance rehearsals, but it is just as valid as rehearsals. So we're stressing the importance. Cast rehearsal, chorus rehearsal, dance rehearsal, they are all super important, and we would like you to show up to all of them.
In terms of writing, we really liked the plot this year, how it was cohesive and coherent and people could understand what was going on. So we really want to implement that again and make sure that's clear, but also not sacrificing the jokes and the memes because that is great too.
Yes. Moving forward, in terms of dance, we have been sort of looking into getting a dance rehearsal space because there are some, I think you mentioned in athletics, that we could look into getting so that the dance rehearsals just sort of have like a set spot on campus, and as well just for cast rehearsals we are looking into like maybe booking out the day so that we don't have to run back from Minto to Rescom and sort of just so we have a place to go every single week.
For chorus, we are not afraid of giving them more interesting parts, more difficult parts, because we know that they are definitely capable of that. So making sure that they have something, some more interesting parts, not just ooze all the time, which is something we want to implement.
As well, just in terms of props and sets, I have 10 seconds. We're thinking a month before the show that all the props can be together and just sort of have a good understanding of what's going on. Anyways, that is our platform.
Thank you.
All right, so those were the candidates for next year's director. We are now going to have a question period, so all of you will be coming back up. Reminder, the mic is here. You'll be speaking into it. I know this slide says vote. Voting is not yet. We're going to be doing questions first.
One thing, you will not all fit properly in the frame. One group answer, move off to the side, allow another group to stand in like a line.
Also, you guys should do a rotation of who starts answering the questions.
How about we like stand in a line and then we go.
Sure. Sounds fine by me. Yeah, so, excuse me. Everyone in the Slack, please message your questions to Town Hall. I will be asking the questions on your guys' behalf, and these guys will answer. Paul will be.
Yeah, I don't have a laptop. Okay, I use yours.
So, for starters, Spencer has a question. What experience do each of the pairs have working together?
Let's go first. Xavier and I have a lot of experience working with each other. Obviously, we've been in the musical 3 years, and we were also heads this past entourage. We've been friends since first year, and we have a lot of just experience working with each other in like a professional and casual environment.
Yeah, I think it's really important between the two of us that we aren't afraid of telling each other what's on our minds or if there's anything troubling us. So that kind of open communication is definitely paramount between the two of us.
Sliding in. So we have never worked together in a professional setting, and we are well aware of this. But we sought each other out specifically because we knew we had similar leadership styles, and we knew that we had similar ideas for the musical. So we felt like that would be in everyone's best interest to make sure that those aligned, and we're not super worried about that in a sense.
When we met to discuss our plans for the musical, we just clicked. Everything worked really well. We were on the same page. We had great communication, and we have worked a little bit together as a band director and cast roles, or co-sub directors in meetings. We do have songs together, but not to the same level, say as Ty and Xavier.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew and I pretty much have worked together mainly through the musical, does cast. Outside of that, we're kind of just bros.
Yeah.
That's about it.
That explains it. Sorry if that's not what you thought.
All right. I would like to remind everyone that this question period will go no later than 2 o'clock. The next question is, how do you plan to divide the work between you? How do you plan to divide the work between you?
Okay. Want me to start? Oh, so as the one of the two of us that has had more experience doing more musically things, I will be more focusing on the kind of musically, so the blocking, the people, the making rehearsals run well, whereas Ryan will be more focusing on the kind of managerial background stuff that makes the musical actually work, but you don't see as often.
But we still want to work together on all of the things
Yeah.
and split the load evenly.
Yeah, but we have different fields of expertise, so we want to exercise that.
So we both have very different backgrounds in musical theater, so we're going to focus on our strengths. Also, we're going to work on all the big decisions. When it comes to band having a question, I'll be the one answering the most part. When it comes to dance, calling and asking the dance questions, so on and so forth. And we'll try to work together and defer to the other with set other person's area of expertise.
As far as most of the background stuff, we'd like to split that pretty evenly. And also when it comes to, we have talked about for blocking, we'd also like to have almost equal input in that process as well.
Hello again. So in terms of divvying up the work, like Ty and I, we really do come from similar backgrounds in terms of similar competencies. So we really do see this as a partnership, and that we will be working together in terms of blocking and the plays and vocals and that kind of stuff.
We really just want to collaborate as much as possible. Like, I feel like we both have a really good broad knowledge around these kind of topics, so I think that we're going to try and work together on pretty much everything as much as we possibly can.
What is the current issue? What is the largest current issue with the musical as a whole, and what are your stances, opinions, or solutions to said issue?
Sorry, actually, what was that?
Largest current issue as a whole.
Cool. Do you want to go first?
I think a large issue is trying to coordinate a whole lot of people's different interests. A lot of times, every group has certain aspects of the musical that they feel strongly about, and they want to do things a certain way, and it's hard to coordinate. As most of what today was discussing was how there are issues with different groups coordinating themselves. So, for example, all that mic handing off, that's because the people don't necessarily know what dance are doing with choreography, and so trying to work together to get everyone's different planning together into one cohesive musical is always a really big challenge.
And with that, in our platform with the sub-director meetings, I think that would be a huge area where, because we would be talking about it monthly, we would have a lot of that figured out, and we would have more opportunity to talk in person about those things.
Yeah, more time in person about it, and less rehearsal time spent trying to figure it out.
Right.
So we think that not one of the biggest problems, but just sort of something that comes up a lot is definitely like the writing style and sort of like the swing or like the theme that's taken on the musical. A lot of people prefer a lot more jokes to more like a cohesive plot, or like jokes that are a bit more out there or more related to like CNG as a whole, and just sort of like the direction that the musical's taking. We definitely want to make sure that like we'll get like a good broad like feedback in terms of what people want, and try to go in a direction that I guess pleases as many people as possible.
Yeah, we really want to make sure that there is that balance, because as of always, the CNG musical is for engineers, and we like that, but also making sure that it appeals to non-engineers and just the general public that come to see our show.
All right. Would you like to answer?
Yeah, so we think that there's a lot of, like, not really one big issue, but there's a lot of small issues in the musical. It grows up with things like attendance, as you were saying, that.
Yeah, just making sure that like a lot of the issues we've had this year have been because problems haven't been caught early enough. So making sure that we see the way the wind is blowing and nip things in the bud before they become an actual like crisis, which we've had a few of this year.
What are your workloads going to look like outside of the musical for the upcoming year?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
What are your workloads going to look like outside of the musical?
Can you guys just give me like 10 seconds?
Oh, sure. We can just vibe.
Just dance. Can you repeat the question again?
What are our workloads?
What are your workloads going to look like outside of the musical for the upcoming year?
Okay, you can go.
Okay, so in the coming year, I will be on co-op, and so that will free up a lot of my time, and I am pretty much taking away a lot of the responsibilities that I have in CNG outside of the CNG musical.
I guess in the immediate future, obviously, like, we're both involved with Entourage, but that is only during the summer. And after that point, I will have a full course load, but that's pretty much the extent of things. I'm kind of around all the time because I'm kind of just working. I don't have a job or anything like that, so I'm ready to devote like a lot of time and attention to this.
I will be on co-op either for the next 20 months or looking at, along with that, I'll also be running for a CSOC position. Entourage in the summer, that's just facil, so that does not take much time. Outside of that, nothing really.
I'll be working in the summer, and then during the year, I'm not sure if I'm going to take a reduced course load next year or not. It will depend on what I feel like I can do next year. I'm going to kind of play that by ear. But as of now, I'm planning on taking 5 courses both semesters. That could decrease depending on how much extra time I need to devote to other things, such as the musical.
So we're both heads for this year's Entourage, which again ends September. Personally, for the year, I will be taking a reduced course load. And if I become the director, that will be the only thing I do. I've kind of given myself that. I know that that's how I will take it.
Yeah, so like Colin said, we're Entourage heads. I'm on co-op this summer, so I'll have plenty of time to work on stuff when heads and musical overlap. And I'm very used to working a lot during the summer for the musical. Being a band director for 2 years, a lot of arranging gets done. That takes upwards of 20 hours per song, so I'm used to putting in the time during the summer. And again, I won't really have any other commitments during the school year.
Why do you think you're the best people to lead this year's musical?
Okay. So why do we think we are the best people to lead the musical? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, so I believe that we're the best to lead the musical just because of the dynamic that we have between each other and how we balance each other's strengths and weaknesses pretty well based on the musical side and the managerial side, as well as the ideas that we have for the musical.
We've spent a lot of time talking musical, especially recently, in light of this. So other people seem to think so, because in first year someone dared us to run for a musical, but we had a midterm, so we couldn't do that. So, right.
So between each of us has 2 years of subdirector experience. Mine 2 times in band, Colleen as dance and makeup, or yeah,
dance and makeup.
And we also have been a part of 4 CNG musicals, most of all the candidates here. And we've seen a ton of aspects of the CNG musical. And outside the CNG musical, we also have other things. I have tech and stage experience, so we know just about everything there is to know about musical theater.
Yeah. So basically, just taking into account all of our background knowledge, we just want to make sure that that is shared with the CNG musical to the best of our abilities.
I think that we're the best candidates because we are very passionate about this. This is something that I know for both of us, like, we really care about the CH musical. I love going to rehearsals on Sundays. It's my favorite part of the week, and I love to do that with everyone. I think between us, like, Xavier said he only missed 1 rehearsal this year, and I only missed 1 for GNCTR and Ted's Day, so it's like we want to be there. We love being there. It's something that we really love to do, and as well, we're both really interested in theater and everything that sort of goes into it.
Yeah, I think also that we do have those leadership skills and that we can impart information onto people in a respectful way and make sure that everyone feels accepted in the musical.
And just sort of in the past, since we were both heads and I'm currently spirit, we have a lot of experience planning with large groups and sort of getting people all together and keeping things organized.
This question is from me. The musical currently lacks a financial Financial director. Do you think one is needed or not? Please provide your justification.
We can go first. So we discussed this when we first met and talked about it. We do not think that a financial director is required. We think that the directors themselves can take most of it, especially between two people. It's pretty easy to split that workload. It's not going to go all to one person, and it's not, I mean, obviously finances are important, but as long as you are keeping track of it throughout the year, it shouldn't be that much of a problem.
And we also are going to keep ourselves accountable for the finances by presenting the finances for our year at our town hall.
Yeah.
We don't believe that a financial director is necessary. As we've stated in terms of our commitment, we believe we have the time to do that as part of being the directors, so that's not something we see as implementing this year.
Personally, I don't believe a finance director is necessary, as it should be enough of a workload that the directors should be able to handle it themselves, as monetary parts of the musical aren't like the biggest thing that's like needed in it. Obviously, there's ticket sales and gaining membership fees, but it's not like a constant recurring thing that requires someone's dedicated attention to it.
Yeah. Can you take another 20 seconds?
Yep. We're just going to give Paul some time to catch up on the notes. This is a reminder to the stream that you will have until 1:55 to submit all questions. After that point, we'll be going through all the questions, and then we'll be moving to vote.
Okay. To be honest, I don't have a very good thing for time savings written down. Like I kind of just like.
For our response?
Yes, please repeat your response.
Should we come up again, or just tell it to Paul?
Just tell it to Paul.
Basically, we said we don't believe that we need a financial director. As we've said, with our time commitment that we're dedicating to the musical, we think that we can handle that as part of our duties.
Great. This is your guys' reminder to keep this brief unless you guys want to be here till 2:30.
Alright, I'm good.
Okay. Which subdirectorship do you have the least experience with regarding it as a pair?
For which?
Subdirectorships you have the least experience.
Yeah, we're ready, we'll go.
So we've decided probably writing is the one we have the least amount of experience with. And with that, it's important to pick a subdirector that knows what they're doing or kind of shows you that they know what they're doing, because in that sense, I don't think it's really necessary for us to know everything, but know enough of what we need so that we can pick the right people and then give it to them to be able to make the decisions and do a good job doing it.
And we do have some amount of experience, right? It's not like we're totally in the dark here.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of close friends who are members of the writing team, and I've talked to them about the process, as well as I've been pretty involved in giving feedback during the summer as a sub-director and going over the, when we do the review, I'll give some comments and feedback. So I am familiar with how a script develops, in a sense.
Okay.
But overall, it's one I'm least experienced with.
Reminder to keep your answers short, please.
I feel like the subdirectorship that we probably have the least experience with is probably dance. We are not dancers. That's okay. But we want to make sure that we obviously get the correct people for the role. So we've kind of talked about like maybe consulting past dance directors for their input, or maybe like messaging them and thinking of like, what do you think about this? And obviously we were in talks of like incorporating like a dance, not like a dance audition for the subdirectorship interview, but just like showing us what you can do, or sort of like your repertoire, just sort of we get a good idea, and we also can get some help otherwise if we don't really,
For both of us, it would also have to be writing, just because not too much experience with it. I love reading. Very different ballgame when you're writing. So obviously getting the best directors for that would be necessary.
Yeah, so we'd probably look to either past directors or people that we know, that we've heard are very reliable. We'd look, yeah.
All right. Writing wise, if you could only have one, which one would you consider more important? Strong characters or a strong plot?
Strong characters. Yeah,
That's it.
carried the musical.
Yep.
Is this do we explain or just you want a statement?
We would say strong characters
Yeah.
because when you have strong characters, that leads into a strong plot because you can have character arcs.
If you like the people you're watching, you're more engaged, even if the plot doesn't totally make sense.
So we're a little bit different. We actually say plot, and that's because we think a strong plot will highlight a bunch of different characters. So you have a lot of not necessarily the strongest characters, but everyone gets a chance to be highlighted, and you get a lot of diversity in that area of the musical.
And it's hard to have a good character arc without a plot to give some substance to it.
Perfect.
This year, 99% of chorus were actually supporting cast and had lines. What are your thoughts on having an actual chorus that is only there to sing?
So that's one thing about Chorus Day, is that if you wanted to just be a chorus and just sing, you are definitely able to do that. It just means that you wouldn't sign up for any other parts in Chorus Day. And I think that we think that if someone, if that's something that the membership want to do, then that's something we will look at. However, if most people do like being, having lines, then we can keep it as is. It's more of a whatever you guys want.
And on the cast audition form, people can check whether they want minor roles or not. We'll have that as an option as well. So if
Yeah.
someone wants to do just chorus, they can check just chorus.
Yep.
So in terms of having chorus and just people in chorus, it depends. That seems like a lot of additions to the musical in terms of numbers, so that might not be very feasible. But it's also about what people are comfortable with. So this year we did have people that were just chorus, and that's important to have.
It's like it's whatever you want to do. If you really just want to come out and sing, then we'd love to have you come out to sing. And yeah, we also want people to sing and act.
So I have no issue with having dedicated chorus people so long as that's what they want. Personally, I'd find it a little bit boring just singing, just coming for the hour of chorus rehearsal. But if that's what people would like to do, I have no issue with it. We just have to consider the size of the cast because we've got a gigantic cast and making sure we're not overinflating it. So I wouldn't say like a dedicated chorus section, but if people just want to have chorus roles, all power to them.
Do you think that you're coming from cast, dance, and band represents a potential bias towards that group of the musical and possibly neglecting the others? If so, why?
So yeah, we do come from a cast and vocals perspective and less so of a band perspective. If anything, I would say that would push me to work more with band because I know less about it. Not to say that I would micromanage, but I would allow my band directors to have that freedom and to have that open communication because I don't know as much.
Just kind of the same thing. Like, I want to know as much as I possibly can. So if there's an area that I feel like I'm not strong in, I want to put the work in to make sure that it's shored up. And
So there would definitely be a bias just because we're both from cast as well. So we'd have to try and focus on making sure that each aspect of the musical is covered thoroughly and fairly as well.
Yeah, and if there were some issues that, say, dance were having with us or band would potentially have with us, I would be very open to having a very frank conversation about that and seeing obviously what can be done. I have done band in the past, not with CEng, so I do kind of know what goes into everything else, but it could be an issue, but I don't see why we couldn't resolve it should it arise.
So we come from different backgrounds. I'm from band, Colleen's from dance, cast, pretty much everything. And so we will balance each other out by having those different perspectives from the get-go.
Yeah, and definitely we know the importance of how every single part of the musical comes together to make the best production, and we will treat it that way. Every single part is important, and it's equally important to us.
And having been sub-directors for 2 years, we've seen how that all fits together and have the experience of knowing just how much everyone needs to work together.
Okay. There is a certain level of privacy during the musical, or the production of the CNG musical. Based on feedback from peers from this past year, there's emphasis on having it be a surprise, which has made people feel like they cannot rehearse their lines in personal, private spaces at home, etc. This is particularly common for first-year students who are in cast or who are cast and live on residence. How will you encourage cast and help them when it comes to practicing outside of the scheduled musical rehearsals while maintaining the privacy of the plot and production?
Well, I'm not someone who feels super strong about keeping everything absolutely on lockdown. Roommates are going to overhear lines. That's going to happen. Have some trust in your roommates. Ask them please not to share things. But also, there are plenty of spaces on campus that are quiet. There are tons of empty classrooms that you could just go into and practice, as long as you're not disrupting anybody, especially during the evenings. And plenty of other spaces that you could look into as a way of rehearsing away from others.
Yeah, that basically said all of it.
Just sort of in terms of privacy for the plot, it's very important to practice your lines, and I do, obviously I was in first year too, and I didn't want to spoil it for, anyone on my floor or stuff like that, and there are obviously, those rooms that are available, if you're in residence or stuff like that, there's stuff like the SGRC that you could book out, but it's also important to remember, if you are practicing your lines in, October, it is very unlikely that anyone that would hear that would even remember it by the time the musical comes around, and it's hard to piece together a plot when you're only hearing snippets of it from, a conversation that's sort of one-sided if you're only practicing your lines.
And if you do feel uncomfortable just belting out your song in the middle of residence, feel free to come to the directors, and then we can figure out something in terms of, say, booking your room at a certain time, so that you can get that practice in that you want.
So speaking as one who actually kind of had this issue in first year, I know exactly what they'd be feeling. Personally, the way I got around this was just doing it whenever my roommate wasn't around. I know that doesn't work for everyone because walls are thin. But I would definitely be open to, if they have this issue, please tell us. I would love to know if you're having this issue so we can try and work around that through some other means, whether that means, I don't know, renting it or booking out a room at Carleton, or even finding you a place to do it not on campus even. Do you have anything else?
No, not really. That sounds...
All right.
How will you protect character development through the writing process of the musical?
Can you say the question again?
Yes. How will you protect character development through the writing process of the musical? I think this is in relation to the point that it's important as well as plot. So.
Personally, I would say that protecting the character development, since it should be strongly, at least in my opinion, strongly emphasized on the characters to get the audience attached to them, making sure that it works well with the plot and how the plot progresses the character would be the strongest part. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding this question, but...
I think that's also under the domain of the writing director. So I would then forward this question to whomever we would potentially hire as writing director to say, how are you going to address this? Personally, character development is important, but it is also kind of funny when characters don't develop at all. So yeah.
So to protect character development throughout the writing process, what really needs to be important is the communication between the entire writing team and making sure that there is a plan with the writing directors at the beginning so that when characters are being written, as it is a collaborative process and different people have different scenes, that there's communication and that this character has a clear arc and it's not just jumping all around. So that communication.
And we want to make sure that like this character is not like super defined, so that each sort of writer can have their own kind of spin on what they do, but having like a general outline, like Xavier said at the start, just to make sure that it makes sense in terms of what this character would do or wouldn't do.
So this year, the depth of the characters and the character development over the course of the musical was highly praised. I think that's one of the biggest pieces of feedback I got in the musical, is just how wonderful that was. So we want to protect that and support that by doing similar to what Andy and Paul did, having a big whiteboard session, getting it all the arcs laid out, and working with the writing team to get that all laid out in advance.
This is a PSA to the people watching the stream. The question periods have been closed for a bit, but we will be continuing to ask all the remaining questions that were inputted before 1:55 p.m. Once we are through those questions, we will move on to the voting period. With that being said, how do you deal with conflict amongst your pair with people reporting to you or generally?
So when it comes to me dealing with conflict, my goal is to figure out where people are coming from. So why do they feel this way? Because generally, two people in disagreement, odds are they're both right, but for different reasons. They care about different things. Figure out what those are and find something that works for them.
With that, compromise is also very important. I find that generally as a person, I'm not very hard-headed when it comes to stuff. I'm usually very lenient to understand other people's situations and just making sure that everyone else in that situation is respecting other people's opinions on things, just so that we can resolve things in a nice manner.
We are both super about like open, honest communication, like and conflict resolution. So if someone comes to us with a problem, we're gonna work really hard with that person. Maybe set up a meeting with that person, or if it's related to another person in the cast, like setting up a meeting with everyone and hearing everyone's stories, making sure that everyone feels like they've been heard, and working together towards a resolution that is hopefully in the best interest of everyone.
Andy, can you phrase the question again, just so that I make sure I answer it right?
How do you deal with conflict amongst your pair with people reporting to you or generally?
All right. So I just like having an open and frank discussion about what does either side want, and how can we best accommodate or meet in the middle somewhere that satisfies. And you're in front of the camera.
Sorry, I was wondering.
And how we can find an effective compromise through just being honest, because I don't like it when people are like hiding what they actually want. Please tell me, and then we can figure it out, because I'm very reasonable. Ryan's also very reasonable.
Yeah, same thing. Just any conflict resolution, usually bring both sides of the argument up, make sure that there's a resolution that they can make in the middle. Outside that, don't fight.
There'll be no dueling.
Okay. Also, what are your leadership styles? AKA, how do you lead? Hands-on, free range, collaborative, etc.
So like you mentioned, our leadership style is facilitative. We want to see what we can do to help people out.
Yeah, and with that, like, also in collaboration obviously is very important. So yeah.
Yeah, we want to know that we're not here to tell people that they're not doing something right and be mad at them. We're here to say what's wrong, what can we do to help you out, and this is what we hope to see from you.
So when we're going through different leadership styles, I am more, say, collaborative. Ty is more hands-on. But we really want to define, like, in certain aspects, certain things are going to be set. But then in other areas, we're going to ask, oh, how do you think your character should do this? Or how do you feel like you should go through this scene?
In terms of, like, if it's the way a scene's progressing, then we may be a bit more like, this is the way we'd like it to go, like, this is the way we want it to flow. But if it's the way your character is maybe, say, like, reacting to a scene, or, like, their emotions, or, like, their sort of, like, desires, then that could be something we sort of put up more to the actor if that's something they're interested in.
So I'm more of a collaborative kind of leader. I prefer to work with people and see how we can make the best thing together, because I think 2 or 3 or 7 or 20 brains are better than one. So if I think someone has a better idea, I'll go with that. I like people having better ideas than me.
I personally like being more hands-on, like being like, hey guys, we're doing this as well. If they have other stuff that they'd like to say, though, like add into the musical, because I think that's one of the best part of the musical is when it just slightly changes a bit because someone adds something to the role themselves. So allowing that is really good, but also being like, this got to get done by then, do it, is really important to making sure the musical flows well.
If one of your sub-directors comes to you saying that they're having trouble with a key member of their team consistently skipping rehearsal, how would you handle that?
So in terms of like attendance, we kind of touched on this when we were talking about like our main talking points. Attendance is super important. We want to stress that at all times. It doesn't matter whether you're dance, cast, or band. It's super important to be there. And if we hear from the subdirector that a certain person isn't showing up, we will probably message them the first couple times that it happens. But if it keeps on happening, it keeps on being a problem, then we would definitely try and set up a meeting to kind of discuss how we'd move forward and maybe just sort of reiterate our expectations from someone in this role.
Yeah, in all these situations, if things become escalated, then that person does have to be removed. But it is a last resort, and we will try to have open communication throughout that process.
So pretty much, let's start with like, hey man, come on out, make sure that you're getting your things done on time. If your director is like telling you to get stuff done, it has to be done by this time because that's goes with the timeline. If they receive multiple warnings and all that, try and work with them as much as possible to get it on time. If they're still uncooperative, then they will have to be removed or replaced with someone else. And I guess that on that.
Yeah, I'd also like to look into seeing if we can make people more accountable to each other, because currently it seems to be more of a, hey, so-and-so didn't show up, that's weird, I wonder where they are, rather than a, wow, hey, so-and-so never shows up. Like, there should be something done about this. So possibly by making attendance publicly available to see who's consistently skipping.
So the first thing I would like to do in that situation is, because I want to help everyone become better leaders, we would ask the director, the sub-director, if they would like to have a conversation with the person who is skipping, try to get them to be able to have that conversation. If they've already tried or they don't want to, we can obviously step in and have a meeting with the person who is not showing up, and discuss obviously what their responsibilities are, and if they are still not making contribution or not making their deadlines and things like that, then they will ultimately have to be removed.
We'll make it very clear what those criteria are, what our stations are. No one's going to be getting removed out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The musical encompasses many social and cultural trends in the CNH community, which makes it unique. How will you balance the representation of these elements, especially in the script, so that come audition time you are not waiting for that particular person auditions, / there's a level of hope that they'll come to fill the role?
Can you say that again?
Yeah. There's like 2 questions in one.
It's also in the Slack. The musical encompasses many social and cultural trends in the CNH community, which makes it unique. How will you balance the representation of these elements, especially in the script, so that if come audition time you are not waiting for that particular person's audition, / there's a level of hope that they'll come to fill the role?
So yes, the end is full of all different types of people, different character archetypes, real life character archetypes, not just musical character archetypes. And we're going to make sure that we're not writing it for any character, and that it's not going to be such a niche role that only one person could do. We're not going to have some super obscure reference that only one person really could say, because that's not fair. We're going to make sure that every role in the musical is something that realistically anyone could do, and that it's not going to be an obvious case of this role was made for this one person.
All right. So First of all, I feel like this is more under the purview of the writing director, who would be the one more in charge of making all of this work. But as an overall standing, just making sure that, well, essentially just doing what the question asked. Just making sure that we're not typecasting anything, saying like, this person has to be exactly this, and this, because that's dumb. Because you might get something unexpected, but if you're really, really set in stone about, I want this person for this role, or I want this exact kind of person for this role, you might ignore an even greater talent. So it's very important that this is avoided. And I think that was done better, or I think that was done well this year with keeping roles gender neutral. So I'd like to continue that practice.
In terms of balancing all the cultural trends and all the different aspects of CN, I would say that that's really important in the writing process. We do have to take into account that the writing process is fluid and that the musical is never actually like set, as different trends and different memes do come up throughout the year. But it's taking that into account while making sure that the plot isn't sacrificed for that.
And also in just terms of like, say like writing a character for a specific person or like a character type or typecasting or whatever, that is never something I think we either want to do. We're looking at it through the lens of we are creating a really cool role and we want a really cool person who has the skills in acting to fill that role, or we think that they would be good for the role. We are not creating it in mind of anyone. We just want someone who can best show us through auditions that they're the person for that role.
What do you think are the strengths of your competitors in comparison to you? What weaknesses do you think that you have that they lack?
Personally, I believe that we have no weakness. No. Weaknesses mainly would be like the things that the other directors have, which is the band, the vocal. What was the other one? Strength.
We don't explicitly have subdirector. We've never explicitly been subdirectors in the musical, so they have that over us.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's fine.
That's it.
Yeah, I think we can start off with our weakness. Obviously, I've never been a subdirector. I know Xavier has in the past, but like we don't have a ton of experience with band and dance. But
yeah, in terms of our competitors, I love the energy that Ryan and Andrew has. It really is inspiring, and just the dedication that they have. In terms of Colleen and Adam, I'm pointing like you guys can see them. In terms of Colleen and Adam, their experience really comes into play, and that they've done this for a lot of years.
But I think also what I think makes us stand out is that we've had a lot of experience in the creation of shows and sort of in directing shows. Like Xavier has stated previously that he's been the director for a couple shows. I think you said during high school. Yeah, and I've had some experience creating shows myself during theater school, which I think lends us a lot to sort of the writing process and sort of as directors in charge of cast. Yeah.
So, my weakness is that I don't have cast experience, and a good part of what directors do is cast. It is some more biased towards cast position, in part because very often it's people who are in cast who take the position. Like, for example, I haven't been to a cast audition for the musical. That's something that I haven't done and don't know exactly how. I have to consult with my past directors, how to do that.
And I think a lot of the other candidates have mentioned that they have previous directing experience, which I do not have directing experience. I have a lot of watching productions and how they unfold. However, that is one thing that I lack, is actual direction experience, for sure.
After hearing about the need for more bonding activities between different subgroups and wanting to bring back events like Ollie's Night, do you think it would be in the musical's best interest to hire an events coordinator subdirector?
We don't personally think that is necessary. I think it can be, I understand that it can be a lot for a subdirector to also plan all of these events. However, if we do, we will obviously help them out. And when it comes to doing these events, they are not the be all end all. We want them to happen. We do. But if someone's like, hey, I can't plan this, like someone else can take over. Someone from their team can help plan it. It's not always going to have to be.
Yeah, so that's with respect to planning events for individual teams.
Right.
For the big picture events, we can handle it. And if there are people who are really passionate about planning an event and would like to help us out, absolutely. We'd love to hear from you. Reach out to us. We'd appreciate your help.
Yeah.
We don't personally think there's a need for that. I don't personally think, or like we don't think there's personally like enough events to kind of warrant that. And in terms of just sort of like planning the bonding events, I feel like as long as we keep ourselves on track and on top of our schedule, that we should have the ability and hopefully the time to put aside some nights that we can make work for everyone.
Yeah, and if there's different events that need to be or want to be done between the individual groups, then we hope that our subdirectors come to us with that, or if anybody comes to us with that, and then we can coordinate with our subdirectors.
Personally, I do think that if there was a subdirector position created just for those events, it would not be enough of a portfolio to warrant it. If they were instead in charge of like more of the planning aspect behind the musical, such as booking rooms, making sure like tech day is going well, and specifically like that type of planning, then yes, it would encompass enough of a role to be a subdirector position. But just with the bonding events, it would not be, and the directors should be able to handle that.
What do you understand of blocking?
Oh, wait, did you want to go first?
So in terms of blocking, like I said before, I have been in multiple shows in high school and in the scene, or first year in the CNG musical. So I have had to block in the plays that I've directed, so I do have experience with that. There's a lot of different techniques in terms of making sure that the audience can see you and just there. Yeah, but I do have experience.
Yeah, and just with sort of like my past theater experiences with CNG musical and during high school, like I've had a lot of experience being the person like being blocked, I guess if that's the word, but like so I understand how a scene flows and the necessities of like putting people here so this can happen here, or how a scene flows and where people are in space.
I don't have any explicit experience blocking someone, but for many years I have. So for the past 2 CNG musicals, I have been the one getting blocked, and then 3 years before that, at the Canada Theater, I was being blocked. I don't know if that's a real word, but whatever. You get what I mean. And so I feel like I kind of get the gist of how that works, and also levels. I like levels. I think I've already said this, but I like levels.
Personally, I've never done blocking for someone else, but I know that the audience has to see the scene, but from the writing has to flow well to make sure that people are where they need to be to execute the rest of the scene. Outside of that, no other experience.
So I think when it comes down to it, blocking, when you listen to a scene, if you're, say, example, at a read-through, when you close your eyes, you can picture where everyone is going to be on the stage. And I find that that's kind of where you're bringing the writing to life when it comes to interjections and all of that, making sure people are in a natural flow of how the scene should be moving. Obviously, levels, important. But mostly it comes down to making sure that everyone is in a space where they can be seen, heard, and it makes sense that they're there.
Yeah. My experience in blocking is more from the tech end of it, so making sure that everyone's visible, and I know how to make people visible on stage because I've had to light them before. So I'll know if something's not going to work out from my previous tech experience.
In the past, people have abused the film and editing position to adjust to attend the after party by signing up as an editor and not working during the summer. Do you think that editing teams should be included in the following musical's after party rather than the after party of the musical they worked on, as their actual engagement with the musical will be during the summer?
So, one thing we were thinking of that we were thinking about incorporating into our platform, but we had too many platform points and we thought that it could be removed, was that we were toying with the idea of creating a new editor position. It obviously would not be able to happen this year from scratch. It would have to kind of get
Passed on to the next directors in a way.
But the idea to hire an editing team at the same time as the writing team that does the editing process
For the previous year's musical.
for the previous year's musical, and they would continue over to do all of the editing for the rest of the year, and their portfolio would stop at the musical, and then new people would be hired at the beginning of the summer, and it would go on that kind of schedule rather than flowing over past where everyone else takes a break for the musical, and then the editors keep going.
So this would allow for people who have experience with film but not editing, or editing but not film, to be a part of the musical, and also let us have an established editing team ready to go for promo videos to get those moving faster.
Yeah.
Personally, I believe that it's all right the way we do it, because the person who is editing the current musical will be, or I guess the previous musical will be more attached to that musical. Like, for example, I believe Eric did Legally Senges, and then he went to the musical after party for that one. And then, like, throughout that entire summer, those are the people that you partied with before. But after that, then it would be an entirely new set of people, not necessarily the same. So you won't have that connection with them. In regards to the people just going for that, they should be held accountable for that and blacklisted from doing that again, and just finding new editors in their stead.
We just personally think the system that we currently have in place is all right, just because we don't want to have people from the previous year going to the next year's after party. It's like maybe they're not in university anymore, so it just kind of creates a bit of a problem. Also, if you don't know this person, you haven't been working with them, or they haven't been hired with this year's musical, then it might not be the most correct fit. Or in terms of maybe hiring them as editors for the past musical to edit during the summer. So say if we were director, we hired editors to edit the Book of Siege for this summer, that could also be something that we could explore.
What's your secret handshake? Keep them brief, people.
Okay. No. No. So you can't see that.
It's so secret, you're not allowed to see it.
But we'll do it behind here.
Okay. Woo.
Would you rather have one horse-sized dog or 10 dog-sized horses? Reminder, this is the last question.
All right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I like dogs, and having a really big dog that excites me as a person. And you could also ride the dog. That's your best friend. You can just hang out with him, and he's huge. You see those dogs with the big heads? Those are so cute. Imagine that, but horse.
He said it. He said it.
All right, so the question implies that someone has both 10 dog-sized horses and one horse-sized dog. I propose ignoring that and just taking all 11. Why can't we have all of the above? All of the above for the win.
So Clifford's great, right? The case rests.
All right, everybody, would all of you please go back up and stand over there? The way we are going to be doing voting this year is I will be sharing a voting form with all of you in the hashtag Town Hall channel as well as the hashtag General channel. This form will be shared at 2:30. I will now instruct all of you to stay off of your phones as you will not be voting. I will be keeping an eye on you. Okay, you know what? All technology, but this will get posted. You will have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to vote. I'll be keeping this time very, very moderated. Jamie will be posting a link in the YouTube comments as well as in hashtag Town Hall as well as in hashtag General. Any questions from up there?
I want to post the questions into the Slack so people can look at them
Yep.
if they want to. Adam,
Oh, you wanna-
Can you like just open Slack?
Should
or whatever?
wait,
Here, let me just.
Andy,
copy
should there be, like, a time to review them?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to move voting to 2:30. 2:35. Sorry, 2:35. Sorry, my brain's not working. Yeah. So 2:35 is actually when voting is going to be starting. That is when the form will get sent out. At 2:37.30. That 0.5, then that is when the voting will get closed. I would remind you that this will take Paul and I a little bit of extra time to calculate the votes, just to make sure. Can you guys please be quiet? Thanks. The reason for this time constraint, if anyone would like to know, is that people do not sign on with multiple names and do multiple fakes. We'll be doing our best to moderate this voting. Reminder, this process is new. Please don't abuse it in any way. We're doing our best here.
Yep. Should I be doing the tap dance while they're waiting?
I know. Also, for all of you guys, the reason you're standing here without your phones is that you guys can't.
Yeah.
Just you and
Yeah, that's fair.
Go now before voting begins.
Okay, my phone's there.
Yep.
Can I use my phone to grab an apple?
You can go do things until 2:35. Till then, at 2:35, I want to see your hands. Otherwise, all of you have to vote, or none of you have to vote. True, but like, generally speaking, you're gonna vote for yourselves because you're up here, so you're assuming that. Anywho, the assumption is that you will vote for yourself.
So it's here.
The reason you are up here is to vote for yourselves. So that's
We
my
are voting
idea
for
behind
That's
it.
not my. I vote for Colleen's apple.
Thank you.
I wrote. I vote for Clifford the Big Red.
He sent you it as a Facebook message. Can you just copy and paste it into the Slack?
Clifford the big red apple.
Yeah.
Hashtag Clifford for musical director 2020.
Yeah, you did.
It is a thick apple.
Yeah, you did.
It is. Wait, what's that?
I fucking love it. It's on crisp. It's my
Oh,
favorite.
yo, okay, yeah, it's so good.
My parents came in for the musical. and
Yeah,
they were
it's
like,
2:35 that the
"What
link will be
that
sent
you
out.
want from the grocery store that you can't buy for yourself 'cause they're too expensive. Fucking honey crisp apples. And steak.
Jamie, you have the link there to post into the YouTube comments. Paul, I'm going to fill in
They're
mine now.
currently
Yeah.
cut in half, so they're like sizable portions. And then I froze them, so I can like eat steak.
When you're done, I'll do
over
my
the period of
It's
time.
like
I just didn't want to see it. I went to Billings instead because I heard it was bad.
Okay, Paul, can you come sign in with your account?
yes.
Yeah, we went to Billings yesterday. It wasn't that bad.
Or actually, I'm just gonna wait till it's posted and then do it from
there were
mine.
some-
Yeah,
That way I
sounds
can
good.
just.
So many PC, I got so many PC points yesterday. I'm probably gonna get gas.
I don't
That's
know
a
if
good
anyone
idea.
shops at the Loblaws that's like at the corner of like Baseline and Maribel. But like,
Oh, the one by Algonquin.
yeah, the one kind of by Algonquin.
I know that.
So generally speaking, like, you know how Loblaws is laid out?
Yeah.
The lines were from the cash to the bakery.
No.
Yes.
No, what I've heard the best place grocery shopping is somewhere in China.
Oh.
All this lives there, and he was like, yeah, like, it's all good there. No one, the panic shoppers aren't gonna be buying food in the Chinese grocery store.
Just so you guys know that.
Okay, did you post it into the YouTube comments
That's
yet?
fine.
I did and then deleted it.
It's never
Okay.
everyone comes here.
Yes, someone did get one in, but that's fine.
UED.
Yep, that's fine. We will get it.
Favorite show from Treehouse.
Here we go.
Roly poly oly.
Okay, but.
I would like to remind everyone present on the stream that it'll be sent out at 2:35, with voting open until 2:37.5.
Oh yeah, that is not.
That's 30 seconds after 2:37. We will be pretty strict on this. The form does not take long to fill out. Thank you.
My favorite was a song came on. It was "What Do You Do with a BA in English?" I was like, "Is this actually Frozen?"
You could just take that whole song and just read it in time.
Just pick up.
Running out of time.
Put it in.
Some hodgepodge of like really bad Harrys, shove them together. We Weird Al.
We invite him out.
A fairy water was disqualified. Enough said. Clifford the dog. That's pretty much what they said.
The problem with that is there was no show.
Nice.
Make it up. Just write it.
Oh, that's hard.
Just compose new music.
I definitely could.
Yeah, just compose.
Yeah,
Just
compose.
compose. Yeah, it's easy.
Like
Josh,
it's easy.
Yeah. Josh from Bachelor Band Directors. He was like, yeah, I'd be down to write new music.
Can we just hire
Well,
Beethoven?
from
Like,
Beethoven.
does anyone
What, like-
do we have the reincarnation potion yet?
No.
Damn it!
What? Like
It's getting delayed.
Is it stuck in it's stuck in customs again?
Customs or some part of it's on the ocean.
Oh.
We were trying to get our
Your tree was working yesterday.
yeah, well, it's not working now.
God damn it, it's never working.
I also got a patch from Mountain View, Ottawa.
There is a good one.
Oh, train.
Yeah, that's
train.
that one.
So like,
I still need the Ottawa patch.
that's Ottawa.
Yeah. It's like from Ottawa to Ottawa.
Oh, nice.
Who thinks the O train line 2 will actually take 2 years?
The voting form will go live in 1 minute. Please be aware that 2:35 Eastern Standard Time.
Like that.
Plus a number of months.
I'm actually kind of hoping there's a tie. I want to see
track
it.
20.
There's a
Hashtag
tie.
on-
It's
on
on track
We have
2030. Hashtag
When will the
simple.
O deck come
Well, you should never tie dye.
Hashtag
out? Grounded is the nearest deck.
no.
Did you
On
say you
track
should never tie
2040.
dye?
Leave him with
Yeah.
That's the
anticipation.
On track
And you
2040.
moved your head like forward.
Yeah, it's from a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
They can do it. I want to see
Yeah.
just keep going from Tony's pasture. They should.
I can't think of the exact quote, but
Perform for me. Really great ability.
Well, technically we'll have to be
I
waiting
mean,
for
it was supposed to
longer
only
than
take
2.5
a year and a half.
2.5 minutes, and then it goes in, and then I'll count it, and then there's a tie, and then there's another tie, and then it goes to a duel.
then it goes to a duel.
What? Hey, we heard that.
Well,
the form is sent.
Do you want to tell that rule?
I think it's
No, except-
yeah.
Did it pick up? I wasn't sure. I don't know how sensitive that might
It was sent in the thing as well.
Oh no, sorry. I just.
I have the same one. I
Go
remember.
to the back, like,
I didn't see the thing. It
And one day
Put your
someone came
phones
to
in
the
the
like
front
you tapped it.
and like closed the front door, and I got
No, but
a
it does
spike
this.
on my reader, and I was like, "Fuck, seriously?" I still have done nothing with the recordings of my songs. Chilling on my laptop. My mom's like, "Send them to me." I'm like,
Just put
"They're
it
not
on vinyl.
finalized."
Put it on vinyl.
Paul.
Sends her like a full on.
That was a flex. Honestly.
Like a final writer. Like that's like a process.
The semester ending unceremoniously.
Oh no, I meant because I'm in.
I had a dream when I told Andy about it. I had a dream one night.
It's not done yet. I'll do that when it's done. But also,
So, of the CN music.
No,
Please
I-
do. I wanted to hear it.
I'm going
I had a dream and I was like, that's way too much work. As soon as I woke up, I was like, that's way too much work. But holy fuck.
Minor vacation. Next
Then I-
fall I will be.
It's cool seeing it come in live.
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
So usually we just be like polling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have like have the album, have the date, at least one of them, and then. Andy.
Yes.
Will the results be announced today?
Today,
A lot of work.
immediately following
I
this.
said it for 2 days and I got 90. I was like, that has never happened.
At the stream, the results will close in about 30
Oh
seconds.
shit. Vote! America, get on your phones!
Jerry,
Mark sexist number.
This democracy is not negotiable
It's
anymore.
actually a minute for us.
Unless
That's the way we
Oh.
Because it's 30
Oh.
seconds
yes,
for that.
get to make the democracy
Yeah.
negotiable.
Wow.
No, it's not 30 seconds for that. Now it's 30 seconds for that.
Exactly.
That's the way we want
Yeah,
it
I
to
saw
flow.
that.
Yeah, I don't know
I
what
was
that is.
confused.
Where
It's
did it
like,
come from?
wait,
One of
It's the back of one of the chairs, but none of the chairs are missing
Oh.
the back.
That one at the back.
Oh.
Look,
Oh,
there you go.
at the very back.
No, that's just
Or
a
the-
spot.
Form is
That's
closing.
a spot.
Wait.
Because that's the bend in the wall.
No, is that?
8, 7, 6. Please do not look. 4, 3, 2, 1. The form is closed.
A lot of water.
Ah. in the past.
All right, thank you to everyone who voted. We will have the results to you shortly. You guys can now go back on your phones.
If you had the chance to change your fate. Yeah, if you had the chance to change your vote.
Change my vote to no confidence.
No confidence.
Yeah.
Myself.
I'm voting for.
Yep.
I vote for Clifford the Big Red Dog. That's what I'm voting for now. Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Oh, congrats, Andy Pubs.
Yes.
Oh yeah, congratulations.
The opportunity to evolve as a species by taking away that.
But it's not natural selection.
It is natural selection. Only the turtles that
All
can
right,
eat the plastic
everyone.
will survive.
If you could please listen up, we are now going to announce the new directors for the CNH musical next year. The new directors are Colleen and Adam. Paul and I would like to congratulate the both of you and remind you to stick around after the meeting. As far as town hall goes, can we please go to the next slide, Jamie? Paul and I would like to say thank you for all of your guys' hard work and dedication throughout the year. We never would have gotten here without you guys. This is the last time we're going to be signing off as musical directors, so cheers. It's been a good one. That will now conclude the stream. Thank you very much.
Can I say one thing?
Wait, hold on. Adam and Colleen want to say something.
Oh, I don't know.
I just want to say thank you to Andy and Paul for throwing this together. Such short notice.
Yes.
It went really well. So much great feedback got said, and it really worked out great. And you did this all in such short notice. That was really impressive. Thank you very much. And thank you to Miriam for showing up, I guess.
All right.
And we look forward to
the
next
stream
year.
is now ending.
Make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe, give us a like, ring that notification bell, and
Make sure autoplay is on.
Punch that notification bell.